the front, please. Please move to the front, please. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning.
Hello. Okay, so I think this is better. Please, Kingsley, please can you help us take? Please let's occupy the front seats. Please, if there's any seats in front of you, Soji, please you can please take the front here. Yeah. Are there 5 of them? All right, please, everybody, let's come together. Let's come together. Let's come together, and please, we can first occupy these seats in front of us. Do we have anybody here today that's with his or her pens or paper? If you are here with your pen and your paper, you can just fling it. Me, I'm here with my phone actually, and I plan to take notes, right?
Yes.
So good morning everybody. It's so good to be here. My name is Umi Daini, and I am an HR consultant.
My name is Ibi Emishitu, an HR professional as well.
Wow. So we have HRs here. Yeah. All right. So please, before we start anything this morning, I want you to see the same way that we have introduced ourselves. I want you to slightly just introduce yourself to your neighbor. Just very simple. My name is Musa Abdullahi. This is what I do. This is where I do it. Even if you've not started doing anything, tell them what you are doing now.
Please introduce yourself to your neighbor.
Just introduce yourself to your neighbor, someone you've not seen before.
You're not speaking to anyone.
Please, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that in the most cheerful form that we can be. Favor, I've not seen you done that. And please, let's occupy the front seat. Let's occupy. We have come here first, so we should take the front seat, yes? All right, introduction is still going on. Okay, so we are starting now. Yes, and please let's be present. That's one of the admonitions that we want to give you today. Let's be present. And because today promises to be a very, very wonderful session. I can feel it. I can feel it. It promises to be a very wonderful session. You know, before we started, I was having a conversation with my co-moderator here, and I'm like, some of us don't even have the opportunity for this kind of gathering when we're starting out our career. So if you are here, say congratulations to yourself. Yes, I congratulate you, my friends. Yes, okay, so...
All right, so, like my co-host said, we had a conversation before we started, and we were talking about how this opportunity is such a great one that you shouldn't take for granted. After my service here, I remember the POP. I wasn't so happy because I had sent out several applications. I didn't get anything back. So I was just wondering what next. Although the company I had served, they said they were going to retain me. It wasn't the kind of place I wanted to work, right? So if I had this opportunity at that time, it would have really opened me up to better opportunities. So if you are here today, be present. Yeah. Just as Umi had said, be present, right? And so we welcome you to Next 1.0. You are welcome. And you are not going to regret this in any way. So get your pens ready, your notepads, make sure they are ready. And so we are opening with something very interesting, right? I call her a wordsmith. She just knows how to put the words together. Right. So let's start with Jumoke.
All right, please let's give a round of applause to Jumoke as she takes spoken word.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Next 1.0. All right, so when I was told that I was going to be doing a spoken word piece yesterday, I was like, okay, God, what am I going to talk about, right? But then actually it just occurred to me that Nigeria has a lot of funny employment stories, like funny employment situations. I think it's just one of a kind. Like Nigeria's one is very unique, right? So if you're here, let's do something before I start, right? If you're here and you've ever gone for a job interview, whether physical or virtual, can you stand up? Like you've ever gone for a job interview? Let's engage now. Okay, everybody here. If you ever got the job if you got the job at the very first interview you went for was the very first job you got, please sit down. Wow. So that lets us know that a lot of us have had trials and errors, right? All right, let's all sit down then. Okay, so I was thinking about the whole situation with jobs and all, and this is what inspired it basically. I hope that you enjoy this. Right. Okay. Right. So, there's someone I know that studied biology in the university. Right. But you know how the universe has a sense of humor, right? This person didn't know that it would be taken literally because they suddenly became a hunter, a job hunter. And, if you're that person that is starting to hunt for jobs or you've been there before, it gets to a point where it starts to haunt you, right? Like literally puts you at knife points, makes you tense, ill sometimes, right? And you're this person that says, I was not born with a silver spoon, so I really don't give a fork. Right, the whole job thing seems like it's too much on your plate. And you're beginning to contemplate, I really need a template. I need someone to guide me through. The labor force begins to look like you're being forced into labor. Literally. Can anyone relate? And you can't even join the Japa trend because you have nowhere to run to. Did you hear that? Okay. And you're beginning to think that, okay, should I become an entrepreneur? Because entry-level jobs are requiring 5 years experience. Can anyone relate to that? Or you're writing an email and you're thinking that I wish I had a way to just blackmail these employers. Right, you're at an interview and they're telling you that your CV is too civilized. You must have used ChatGPT. Can anyone relate? Or they're asking you, tell me something about yourself. And this person has been looking at your CV for 15 minutes. What else do you want to know? So these are the situations that we get to see in job search. And Gen Z are beginning to rebel because we are being called lazy. Right? Do we have Gen Z here? We are here, yes. Everybody says Gen Z is lazy. I don't think it's a coincidence that it rhymes anyway. I'm Gen Z, by the way. Right? But there's something within you that's telling you, you have to leave your comfort zone. You have to leave your nest. And that's what Next is about. You're starting to think that I'm tired of living with my parents. I want to start paying rent. And that's what this whole program is about. That's what Next is about, right? It's about teaching you soft skills that will literally give you a soft landing. For those of you that want to live soft life. Job searching has begun to be like a tormentor for you, right? For some people. Or that employer, that person that is interviewing you seems literally like a tormentor. Next is here to present you with people that can literally mentor you. That's what the whole program is about. If you're here and you've been wondering what Next is, it's a program for you to have a roadmap. A career is something that is meant to carry you to the next level, right? That's what an opportunity is, right? It's something that puts you. And that's what next is. That's what next is about. It's about literally pushing you to your next level. Guiding you to your next level. It's giving you an orientation, a map. It's giving you access. Is anyone excited about that? So next is here to turn you from a job hunter to a fisherman. So you can start fishing instead of hunting for jobs. It's about putting your net to work when you begin to network. So I'm going to leave you with this. The knowledge and the understanding that you get from next is literally what is going to guide you for the next level here. Remember that knowledge gives you an edge, and understanding will keep you standing. Thank you very much.
Sorry, you can do that again. That was excellent. Thank you to our wordsmith, Chimoke. So welcome again to Next. And my name is Soji. Some of you may already know that. And I'm just here to welcome you again to Next. And I want you to look at the person to your left and to your right. Right. Today is about networking. You might have known the person before, but I want you to know that you are sitting beside the future CEO, future executive, somebody that you might meet somewhere, somebody you might need somewhere. So meet that person, exchange pleasantries, exchange numbers for networking, right? So before we continue, I just want us to play a very short video, right, just to show us something. So thank you. So please, let's watch attentively. All right. So yes, I don't know. Did anyone pick anything from that video? Anybody? Yeah. And it's just to show us the difference between. So that is in Fahrenheit actually. So we know that 100 °C is actually the boiling point of water, which is also 212, right? And the difference between that and 211 is just 1 degree, right? But that 1 degree can actually move a lot, right? And it just shows that one level, one more step of preparation, one more step of hard work, and you being here today, which is your extra 1 degree, can actually move your career to the next level, right? And that is what next is about. So we have awesome facilitators that are coming up with experience, and who have seen several CVs. These people they've started several interviews, right? And they are here to show you what you need to take your career to the next level, right? So I'm just here to just, charge us up, in that sense, right? To say that we need to be present here today, right? Because your attention, your preparation, and your hard work would actually take you further. So I'll call up our moderators who are going to help us introduce our next facilitators so we can get started. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, that fact was, it was mind-changing for me because, just a little step, a little effort more can change a whole thing. See the difference in what they are taking home and see the difference in the first position and the second position. Just a tiny difference, but the money was huge, right? The reward was huge. All right, so don't give up. Just intensify your effort a bit, right? So let's go into the first session for today. Are you ready? No, that was too cold. We are not ready. Are you ready? All right, so the first session, we're going to be having essential skills that employers want but can't find. And we know that there's a huge gap, right? So our speaker is Ololade Israel. Israel Ololade is the Vice President of Engineering at Roku, with over a decade of experience as a software developer and educator. He has consulted for, founded, and co-founded several ventures in areas such as the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, fintech, e-learning, and e-commerce. Ololade has collaborated with major brands across Africa, North America, and Europe. He's deeply passionate about shaping the digital future of Africa, committed to creating opportunities and building a sustainable foundation for the next generation of innovators. All right, so with a resounding welcome, please let's welcome Israel Ololade.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. For a second, I was wondering who is that person? Thank you very much. It's such a privilege to be here this morning, and it is my greatest desire that it's not going to be a waste of our time, both my time and yours. And of course, I had a bit of struggle while I was actually preparing for the session this morning, and that's because the way I would say, of course, are we all believers? Okay, so of course, what I was receiving for the session this morning was kind of very different, and of course, what set me at ease was the video we just saw. And it is so profound that I was listening to Steve Jobs. I think one of these short reels that they caught here and there, and he was talking about the difference between average and exceptional people. It's usually mostly 2-to-1. But he was talking about the fact that in, say, engineering or software development, it's somewhere around 50-to-1. So for you to be exceptional, that's the margin. But regular life, skills, regular life, endeavors, it's usually 2-to-1. It's not a very massive difference. And but the question this morning is, what's the difference actually? What's the difference really? What is that differentiating factor that if you can get right or if you can nail, you can get to a point where you can say, okay, or maybe, of course, you might not want to say that about yourself, but people can say this is an exceptional person. So that we, unlike Moses wrote and said, now there is no one as meek as Moses on the face of the earth. I'll be like, you are the one writing it by yourself. Of course, we know that was inspired by the Holy Spirit. But definitely, what are those things that we have to have? And that when we have those things, we can indeed toe that part of exceptional people, or we can be referred to as exceptional people. So, so that's primarily one of the things I would like to talk about this morning. And I don't see any timer. I was told I have 45 minutes for this. Am I missing it? Okay. I can only see the light. Okay, it's coming. Thank you very much. Okay, so our conversation this morning is actually going to be anchoring on two major things. And those are what I consider the most fundamental resource anyone can have. And depending on how you interact with them, they could either be assets to you or liabilities. But before we do that, I would like for you to quickly bring out your phones and let's do this very quick maths. So I want you to multiply. Of course, how many hours do we have between 8 o'clock to 4 p.m.? That's 8 hours, right? And how many days do we have between Monday and Friday? Sorry, from Monday to Friday? 5. So can we multiply 8 by? That's 40. Okay, can we now multiply that by 52? Okay, can we then multiply that by 40? Okay, so that's the number of hours of an average worker's life, like from when you start working, which is estimated to be about 40 years. That's the number of hours you would work for you to reach retirement. Usually between 40 to 50, but 40 is a safe margin. Because most of us, usually sometimes might not start working until, say, 25 or thereabout because of our educational system and, the delays of JAM. For example, someone like me had to spend 5 good years of my life in the house before entering the university. So factoring all of that in, so we might have, let's say, 40 years, and the number you have in front of you is how much time you are expected to work before retirement as a career person. Of course, minus June 12, El Cabrillo, Christmas and so on, but technically that's the time frame. So I want you to divide that number by 24. Okay, and I want you to now divide it by 365. Okay, 9.5. Of course, forget about that. Was just a lot of drama. I'm just trying to establish the fact that you are going to live a third of your life working. So we could have easily achieved that by dividing that 40 by 3 and then multiplying it by, so we didn't have to do all of that drama, meaning that if you divide 40 years by 3, that's how much of your time you are devoting to work. And the second, the second third will most likely be for sleep. And I know people feel bad about sleeping for 8 hours, but that's the ideal. As well as the way our body is structured, that's just how much you should get. Isn't that correct? Okay, so very quickly, now we see how much time you will spend doing what you are about to start doing, which is working. That's how much of your life you are going to devote to that, a third of your life. So split your life into 3. One slice. Just imagine it as one massive sliced bread. Maybe sliced bread doesn't do it, or maybe one massive meat pie or donut. When you cut it into 3, one slice is going into work. So that means you have to define very carefully what you work for. Do you get why you're working? You have to define very carefully. So let's go back to the 2 most important things I said everyone should have, or has, not even should, because you have it already. So the first is your decision-making power. And then the second is your time. So the first is your decision-making power. The second is your time. These are the 2 things you do not want anything to toy with without your consent. As a human being, you do not want anything to toy with your ability to decide what you want for yourself. As a matter of fact, the reason why most of us want a lot of money, so that you can just decide, I like that clothes, I'm going to get it, or I like that house, I'm going to buy it. We want to be able to make decisions, and as against people influencing, our decisions. Secondly, we also want to be able to control our time, how we spend our time. And I said earlier that the way you utilize your decision power and your time could make either one or both of them assets or liabilities to you. Of course, the older we grow, the more responsibilities we take on, the lesser we have to delegate these two things. Because, of course, as children growing up, most of the things we do with decision and time wasn't our decision at all. You get someone has to decide, when you go to bed, someone has to decide what you eat, where you sleep, which room in the house you're going to stay. But as you grow older, embracing more responsibility, you start, leaning into what is called the burden of freedom. The freedom to use your time for whatever you choose to, and the decision to make your time quality by the choices you make. So the sum total of your life is going to be defined by those two things. What decisions have you made? And how, have your decisions impacted on your time? Because as you step into the corporate world, your salary is essentially your employer's estimation of how much worth 8 hours of your time is worth to them. So do you want to give someone so much power to determine that 8 hours of your time every day for 25 days or 20 days in a month is worth 20,000 naira? If you, do the maths again and divide it into how much you earn per hour, sadly, sometimes it might just be 100 naira per hour. I'm talking about staring at those massive Excel sheets and, sweating in front of your head. And it's just for 100 naira per hour. Like, typically, if you do the maths, then you now ask yourself, is money the only thing you're trading your time for? Because that's a dangerous place to be. Because just like money, time is also a legal tender. So my contemplation and what I would like to share this morning is to help us open our eyes to see what other things we can spend our time on to make our lives more valuable. Because one of the major mistakes I've realized people make is when you work just for money, you automatically put a limit on the value of your life. Why? Because, number one, you cannot earn all the money in the world. And even if you can earn all the money in the world, it is still limited. Meaning that the moment all you work for is money, if the definition of why you work is money, that means you've set a cap on how valuable you can be as a person. So first, you want to learn how to trade your time for goodwill. You want to learn how to, and I might not be able to expound on that. I just want to run through them. You want to learn how to trade your time for relationships. You want to learn how to trade your time for influence. And I would like to talk about this for a bit. There are things you spend your time doing now that might not necessarily give you money, but gives you influence with people. They call it social capital. Do you get? Meaning that you are just doing certain things, not because you are going to be earning money from them, but because it increases your social capital. The next thing is skills. You want to spend your time acquiring skills. I know that one's like a no-brainer. But in as much as it is a no-brainer, sometimes we, end up spending our time so much that we've exhausted our time that there's little or no room to improve on ourselves. And one of the golden rules I've lived by, all my life is I will never spend my time fulfilling someone else's dreams at the expense of mine. So when you get to work, and you are devoting all of that time, remember it's a third of your life. What are you getting in exchange? Alerts. Are you just getting alerts in exchange? If that's all you're getting in exchange, then you're shortchanging yourself. Do you get? So going back to the two things I talked about earlier, your decision power and your time. So, of course, there's a very weird relationship between the two of them because it is with time you can exercise your decision power. And your time becomes more valuable by how you exercise your decision power, if you understand what I mean. So it's like a loop. Meaning if you miss one, the other is almost worthless. And the other big guy I would like to talking about it, but it's more like a derivative of time and decision, which is money, of course. When we're talking career, we have to talk money as well. I'm not an anti-money. I believe you should make money. It is important. Money answereth to all things, but might not be able to provide a solution to all things. So, but of course, money is important. But there's also a very weird relationship money has with time. And what I would just like to say is, you don't want to ever get to a point where you don't have one of the two. If you don't have a lot of money, you have to have a lot of time. If you don't have a lot of time, you have to have a lot of money. It's the difference. Okay. It's the difference between one who is willing to book a boat, and decide to, just pay priority to get to the airport just on time to close a deal that is worth 500 million in Abuja. That is time sensitive. And someone who can just take 7 different buses to 7 different bus stops to get to, what's it called? God is good. And then go for the next, say, 21 hours all the way to Abuja. What's the difference? It is that balance between how much time and how much money. And I've seen people make several mistakes, and make this particular mistake of not understanding that you cannot not have time and money at the same time. It is a very bad equation. A very bad equation. Hello? Okay. And, I say that carefully because it can mean a lot for different people. You cannot afford to not have one of the two. Because if you end up in that position, you are officially in what they call a vicious cycle. A vicious cycle is the corporate term for the bottomless pit. If you get what I mean. It means you are in and there's really no way to come out of it, except if someone comes to your aid. But the problem is, usually for those who are in that kind of cycle, within their sphere of, relationship, they also have people, people who are basically a mirror of where they are. So it's very hard for someone to come out. And they call, that's what they usually call mutual impoverishment. Because, I'm not coming to help you, you're not coming to help me because sufficient is evil for my day today, So there's no getting you out. Neither am I expecting you to get me out. I don't know if you're getting my point. So it's very important to understand that. And I'm trying to lay a foundation here because if we understand how much value is on our decision-making power and how much it impacts on the outcomes of our lives. Remember, we just saw that you are responsible for the outcome of your life, including the decisions you allow others make on your behalf. Because that's still your decision one way or the other. So look around where you are now. I want you to scan through your house, where you live, scan through your relationships, scan through your bank account, maybe just the last alert, scan through the account balance. And, I would tell you unapologetically that you are responsible for everything you see. Your decision is the steering wheel that got you this far. Meaning where you are now is because of the decisions you've made so far. But the good thing about it? The good thing about wherever you are is that you can still decide to go wherever you intend to go. Have you ever seen any place on the planet where from there, you can't go to certain places from that place? Even if they deny you visa, you can still, I don't forget. So what I'm saying essentially is, it doesn't matter where you are now. The point is you can always go where you intend to go from where you are. I've not seen any country in the world where you can't go where you intend to. Even if it means you have more stops, but you can always get to where you intend to go. And that's the most important thing about the human willpower. So much so that God said, if they've decided to do this, nothing can stop them. I don't know if you're getting me. That's how much power. That's how much bet God is placing on the human will. So my contemplation this morning is to help us use our willpower to make our time more valuable. Hello. I know some of us are probably, newly employed or waiting for an opportunity to be employed. And there are a couple of things we have to know. There's also a trap and a snare you should not fall into if you have certain information at your disposal. So I'll talk very quickly about a couple of things you would need So the first thing you're going to need relationships. Probably the ones you've cultivated while you were in school, or the ones you are going to cultivate, here in church or in different other places. You're going to need relationships. You're going to need people. You're going to need everyone you can find. But of course, there's a caveat. The caveat is you want to filter the relationships by those who have what is valuable with respect to what you need. Because there is a measure of value that will come into our lives, not because of the things we know, not because of how much we earn, but because of the people we have around us. So people are a funnel for a specific kind of value coming to our lives. Hello. So you want to guard that gate to the point where your relationships are quality people. And then, of course, you need education. I believe, if not all of us here, have been educated in one way or the other, and that's a great thing. But one thing you would also need is to understand why you were educated. And if I asked anyone here, why did you go to school? Of course, at least for me, the reason why I went to school until I began to redefine. You have to go to school, get good grades, get a job, and then start working and make a lot of money, and take care of your parents, take care of your siblings, perhaps, get married, or probably even, let me not go there, get married, and, everything is fine. But looking at the reality of the country we find ourselves, you realize that that cycle is not exactly, what you would expect. And not just our country, it's becoming a global problem now, when it comes to, the funnel of education gradually. It has almost become a way of governments and politicians keeping people busy long enough to just, it's more like a cool-off period. That at least within this time, you don't have certain expectation of them. Do you get the point? But the most valuable thing you can have is to be able to look ahead. For example, for me, while I was, even, of course, I had a lot of, I won't say idle time. I had a lot of time prior to my university education. So I was able to look ahead. I knew what life was like for people to ask me, so what are you doing next? And it used to be cool if you are just, SS3, just finished, and they say, what are you doing next? Waiting for JAM. And then afterwards, after JAM, what are you waiting? Waiting for admission. You are in school. What are you doing? I'm in school. After school, I'm serving. After service, it is when I got to after service, I realized that I have to do something about my life. And I know they would still debunk it. I saw a news, whether it's a rumor, that they are about to extend youth service for 2 years. Of course. So when I got to the point of asking after service, that was like a very horrible, I began to have horrible imagination. I'd be like, I'm not going back to Shagam after service. Like for, Port Harcourt is a long way from Shagam. I'm not going back to Shagam because of course when I get back home, they'll be like, wow, welcome back. Of course, treat me well for maybe a couple of days or weeks. Then I start washing plates. I start taking people's children to school. I didn't want any of that. You get the point. So one of the conclusions I began to make was that I could be very serious with school, but not very serious with my life, because I have to know what I'm getting out of the education I subscribe to. I don't know if you're getting my point. I can't. You have to know what every single decision you're making is adding up to the ultimate outcome of your life. And that will inform you that it is okay for you to be average on some fronts, but you cannot afford to be average on certain fronts. For example, if I give a microphone to everyone here now, I don't expect you to be a wonderful musician, a wonderful singer. It is fine if you sound terrible. Do you get? But if you said you are an accountant, then I know what to expect. I don't know if you're getting my point. So there are things that might look so glamorous in society, but it's not required for your own divine destiny, where you intend to go. And you have to be okay with being average on those fronts. Hello? So you have to have education, but you have to define what education does. For me, this is what education did for me. It helped me understand how to design systems and frameworks that will help me facilitate the decisions I have to make for my life. Beyond the grades, beyond the classes, beyond the lectures, beyond the substance of my discipline, it is important to understand how everything is put together so that I will be able to use that, leverage that same structure to put my life together. And that's a skill set we all want to have. Because there has to be a system. Remember, decisions are powerful. So there has to be a system around how you make decisions. Hello? Okay. So you also need knowledge. And remember, I said you need education and you need knowledge. Sometimes knowledge might not be what you get out of education. It might be good relationships. It might be a wife. Some of us might look at you and be like, I really didn't bring anything out of here except for the... it could be anything. It could be business partnerships. It could be anything. It doesn't always have to be, okay, I got a 2-1, I got a first class. Some of us might over time realize that really didn't matter. I've interviewed people severally, and, sometimes we've hired people before we realize that they are still in school. We've actually hired them before we realize that this guy is still in school. He's actually still in school. The worst one for me was the one I was in year 1. I'm like, Jesus. It was during that long strike. And he was a good engineer. But he was in year 1. Do you get it? And we hired him like that. Hope he's not going to be child labor. Hope you are over 18. Are you? I'm just joking. So there are some things that used to matter that no longer matter. That's my point. And if you don't snap out of that slumber very quickly, you might be making a very huge mistake to the point where you look back and you just don't have enough time. Remember I said you can go anywhere from wherever you find yourself, but then time is still a factor. Are you getting my point? If you have 2 more hours, and you have to travel by road, you sure won't be able to get to Abuja. Except if you are going to leverage that technology that Philip used. Just going to snap and I'll be like, oh yeah, of course, which most likely won't, happen. But the bottom line here is, you have to be able to define what you get out of it. So the next thing, I said knowledge. And I said knowledge is different from education. Knowledge is basically you curating resources that will become the baseline material for you to apply wisdom. So knowledge is the raw material for wisdom. So you want to get all the knowledge that you can find relevant to where you are going. So you want to equip yourself with knowledge. And knowledge is a derivative of time. It takes time to acquire knowledge. Are we together? Okay. You also need to, develop skills. And I want to talk, add a twist to that. You develop skills and stack the skills you develop. Skill stacking is the mechanism through which you master a thing and go for the next thing in the order of the same chain of production. Do you get? For example, you are a graphics designer. Skill stacking is deciding to also understand how animations work once you've conquered design. It is understanding how graphics applies to videography once you've mastered. But of course, in as much as you stack skills, you have to be careful to not become the jack of all trades and master of none. I do not trust the guy who is a mechanic and a plumber and a carpenter, and he also does furnitures. Even if I'm on Lagos Ibadan Expressway and I'm the only one there, that guy sure won't touch my car. Do you get the point? So it is, I have this issue, especially with one of our engineers that just resigned. I have this issue with when people actually want to come across as many things. They feel it makes them have a solid position. It doesn't actually solidify your position. It weakens your position. Because we don't expect a lot from you if you are a lot. Do you get? But what is impressive and what I found impressive is that you introduce yourself as this one thing. And then you find a gap in this other area that you are well equipped for. And instead of complaining, you just go on to solve the problem. That is what is impressive. Not being the everything guy. Do you get my point? And sometimes when you give this kind of counsel, a lot of people think it comes from a place of insecurity. But rather, it's just and I don't know how many of you would trust someone. Maybe you see a doctor who says, okay, I'm a doctor by day, but at night, I'm a fisherman, and in the afternoon, I sweep the road, like, are you a doctor or not? Like, do you get the point? The moment someone begins to say, I can also treat you, I know how to, Have you been there before? Someone says, I can actually do it. No, is that what you do or not? Do you get the point? That is what the corporate world is looking for. Is that what you do or not? And, even if it's going to make your CV look richer, you have to strategically be able to put relevant skills relevant to what you are. For example, if you are applying as a design guy, like your coding skills don't really matter on that CV. I don't know if you're getting my point. Because the moment you begin to embed a whole lot of things, you begin to look very shallow. As someone who tries a lot of things and never really stays on one. We're not even sure if you'll be working for us in the next 3 months or you're going to move to someone else. You are an adventurer, and it's an issue for employers. I don't know if you're getting my point. So you can stack skills relevant, in the order of what chain of production have you subscribed to. And always leave your employers the opportunity to surprise them. It is better they find out than for you to be the one telling them. And then that's what you have to do it now. Realize that you have not actually taken the advanced certification. You just took the intermediate one. You've not taken the advanced one. And then they'll be like, what's going on here? So you need skills. And here's one other thing I would say about skills. When you are developing skills or when you are trying to go after learning new things and gaining new knowledge, you want to ensure you do this. If you can, pick the hardest parts. And here's what that is going to do for you. It will streamline your competition. I made that peace with myself very early. That I would rather compete with 3 people than with 500 people. And of course, my own, very, very brief history, when it comes to the corporate world and how these things work, has proven me to be correct. If you ever see a job posting, and this is not to talk down, of course, I will definitely talk about this extensively. I'm very careful to say it, but I just have to say it anyway. Like, okay, a customer support agent needed at First Bank. Recruitment is taking place 14th of April 2025. I tell you, you might not meet anything less than 1,000 people by the time you get to that gate. I don't know if you've ever attended those recruitments. Like a lot of people trooping. And then you now be like, you now start banking on favor. It's all around to be like, but the wisdom of God demands that you actually become so valuable that you stand out naturally by yourself. So instead of going after the low-hanging fruit, you want to go after the very difficult one. The ones that, if in this generation, 7 people will reach there, you just want to make sure you're one of those 7. I don't know if you're getting my point. For example, there's a very big need when it comes to compliance in the corporate world like today. It is a very silent, almost unheard of kind of position. But it's a major because it takes a lot to have a seasoned compliance person. But then, nobody's looking in that direction. But the point is, if you see a compliance job posting, you most likely will be competing with fewer people compared to customer rep. So you can now be a customer rep and layer compliance on what you do. I don't know if you're getting my point. So streamline your competition. Look for the hardest stuffs and go after them. Several times I've seen people be like, okay, I want to go into photography. And 2 months down the line, like, that thing is not working for me. I'm now doing graphics. And then 3 months down the line, as if anything is easy. And let me just balance it out. So that you don't think that because I say customer support, it is just a bare minimum. Customer support is actually a very difficult one. And the thing is, if you decide because of the face value of, okay, just to sit down and talk to people, and that's how you go into the role, you're going to be in that loop of habitual mediocrity where you can't stand out. And because you can't stand out, the same mentality that made you think you are choosing the easy route will make you plateau. Almost all through your career, you now start getting angry at people that are being promoted by giving their best. Because usually, most of those things, like I'm of the opinion that no discipline in the university is easy. If you think I'm joking, go and do sociology. By the time you do sociology and you have to debunk the sociological paradigms and this thing, you know that it is not actually easy. No discipline is easy. But the issue with when people think they are choosing this because it is easy is that they're already setting up themselves for habitual mediocrity. Because you are making your choices as a result of not wanting to solve hard problems, if I'll put it that way. And that means if what you decided to choose becomes more difficult, you just settle for bare minimum. And you can't stand out. But then at the same time, you want to be HOD. It's very weird. So it is important that you have that in mind. And even if you didn't get anything from me today, you have to understand that. Go after the hard stuffs. As you are trying to, for example, submit your CVs or start something, you have to ensure that if you don't solve hard problems, you most likely won't get someone who is willing to pay you high enough for the problem you've chosen to solve. Do you get? Because typically, paychecks are always a reflection of how difficult employers perceive the problem you're solving to be. And that's why the same customer support, and they wrapped it in a different title and call it public relations, can be earning way more. Because for the company that needs public relations, that is a bigger problem when it comes to dealing with their clients and customers per se, whether the public. It is a bigger problem. So, and that's why I'm careful to tell you that nothing is easy. So if your choices are because you think some things are easy, it is going to be hard. Let me just put it that way. There's no pathway to hardship than to choose the easy route. Life is hard when we always make the easy choices. Do you get? Okay. So let me move on very quickly to the last set of things. Of course, that's not an exhaustive list, but I have to move on from it very quickly now. So I want to tell you very quickly some of the things that in themselves, because life generally is about making exchanges. Do you get? Life is all about exchanges. You are exchanging your time for money. You are exchanging your time for quality relationship. You are exchanging your time to acquire a skill. You are exchanging your time to, buy into somebody's heart and probably marry them. You are exchanging your time for a lot. It's all about exchange. Do you get the point? So while you are making that exchange, number one, I said it earlier and I'm going to say it again. Do not spend all your time in exchange for money. Like you can't afford to do that, because the moment you do that, you have nothing left. Do you get? And God help you. Maybe the body will be just enough. But it is hardly ever enough. Do you get? So you cannot exchange all your time for money, because your time is all you have. Without time, you can't even decide sometimes. Because decisions still need to, run through the course of time. So be careful and protect your time to ensure that what you're spending your time on can give you that value back. And I also mentioned that you cannot afford not to have time and money at the same time, for example. So I want to tell you a couple of things you can trade in this exchange. The first thing is you have to understand how to trade time for money. Hello. You have to understand how to trade time for money. And you have to be able to find that delicate balance between giving too much for too less. And if you have to give too much for too less, you have to be able to define what other values you are going to get in compensation. So if the money is not commensurate, something else has to come out of it. Are you learning something new? I don't actually mean are you learning something new now. I mean, like, are you learning something new with the time? Are you learning something new? Are you developing new relationships? Is the environment good enough for you to be able to become all that you intend to become? So those are the questions you have to answer. Because let me tell you what is not written on employment agreements. It is that we basically valued your skill, your time, and your life for this duration of time, every day, every week, every month. And this is how much we are giving you in exchange. That's what it means. It is not written explicitly, but that's the sum total of an employment agreement. It now becomes even more glaring when they tell you, start talking about NDAs and IPs and so on. And just be like, guy, like, really? Like, are you really willing to exchange your time for this now? Because your time basically defines your life. By the time, our lives have been summarized, it's essentially what we did with our time. All the good memories you have with, of those who have passed or those who are no longer here, it's essentially the outcome of their time spent. So you have to learn how to trade your time for money and find that delicate balance to ensure that you are not giving too much for too less. And if you have to do that, you have to compensate for it by making other exchanges. Are we together? So you also have to learn how to exchange your time for relationships. So what portion of time are you allocating to relationships that can actually help you get to where you intend to go? Whether at work or beyond work. You have to have time for those as well. Okay. You also have to have time to invest in goodwill and influence. The time you actually spend to pour yourself into those who are basically looking up to where you are now. I don't know if you're getting my point. You have to invest in that as well. You have to have time for that too. Because I hear people say a lot like, I'm doing a lot with I'm doing a lot and I can't take on this, I can't take on that. It is fine. You can't do everything. But you have to ensure that these components are not missing in how you choose to spend your time. If you miss them, you will look back and I'm certain you will have regret. Hello? You will have what? Not you. Okay. So it is important to know how to trade our time for, number one, what did I say? Money. Trade our time for relationships. And thirdly, goodwill and social capital. So there has to be something you're doing about those who, maybe this is not your own dream life, but there are people that where you are now is their dream life, whether I like it or not. And that's usually the fundamental or the baseline for gratitude at every phase in life, because where you are now, like, I saw a reel on Instagram and, they were asking the children what they want to be in the future. I don't know if you've seen that stuff. One, they said, what do you want to become? He said, Ode. Like for real, like hunter. Like, you want to be, one said, Amotekun. The other one said, he wants to be charging phone. I'm like, the prayer just slipped into my mind that may we be able to guard the gates of what our children find impressive. Like you said, Amotekun. Like, I'm not as bad with Amotekun. If there's Amotekun agent here, like, sorry. Can you imagine, like, a children, I think, if, probably maybe primary one on, like, say, all day. One said charging phone. He said he wants to be charging phone, like. Thank God one of them said Taylor. Thank God. But like, you want to be charging phone, like, I was so disturbed, like, but that's by the way. Okay, so I do not have a lot of time, so let me just leave you with these thoughts, and just to make sure that it doesn't So I will leave you with a couple of thoughts. Number one, you have to strike a balance between passion and ambition. Passion, ambition. Being ambitious is not bad. But when ambition is disconnected from passion, that's when it becomes a problem. Because that means the things you do, is not coming from your heart, but coming from wherever. Do you get? So strike a balance between passion and ambition. And it is important that I explain that. For example, I know there might be people here who want to become footballers or want to become, you are just so passionate about fashion. Sometimes passion is so expensive that it cannot afford itself. You will need to do something else to be able to fund your passion. Because usually passion isn't a lucrative venture. Because passion stems from vision, and vision is hardly about you. Vision is hardly about you. It's usually about the other person. Meaning that there has to be value you bring to fund your passion, and that's where the balance of ambition comes in. I've seen people who, while I was growing up, wanted to become footballers. They want to play in Europe, but they've not let Shagam to you today. You get the point. And let me give you a practical example. During my 5 years of staying in the house before university, I learned a couple of things. Learned how to fix the computer, learned a couple of things. But one of them is I learned how to do all these aluminum windows. Of course, like when I talk about decisions, if you are not going to school, then they have to decide what to do with your destiny. So a lot of playing around. And I actually learned how to sew. I also learned fashion designing. And if you ask me before I got to school that what do I want to do with my life, I'll tell you I want to become a fashion mogul. But let me tell you what. When I got to school and I was staying in a lodge somewhere in Alakaya in Port Harcourt, and Alakaya is just basically the student area, and I saw that I could not even afford a shop rent in Alakaya. And I want to be sewing for this particular demographic. I'll be like, if I can't afford a shop here, and let's say God even helps me, I'm able to afford a shop here, this will be my customers. The vision will never be actualized. So I decided, okay, and here's the wisdom. Look for one of the most lucrative industries and find a skill that makes you relevant in any of them. Then you can go back to your passion. And I tell you, it took less than 4 years. I was able to set up a fashion house again. But if passion did not fund itself, that's the bottom line. Sometimes you might have to look away. Some of us make decisions too early in life, like I must be, if I'm not a tailor, I will not be anything. Sometimes you might have to look elsewhere. You get the point. And bring in value to do that which your heart truly loves to do. That will even help you make good use of your time. And know that you are working with limited time. And the time has to be spent to make the other thing worth it. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah. So the next thing I would like to also leave with us is, while you get attracted to the outcomes and products of people's lives, do not lose your sight of the process that brought about the outcomes. I've seen people despise the wisdom that brought about an outcome, and they covet the fruit of the wisdom. Usually, you learn the most not by what people teach to you, or by the things you observe from them. Are we together? Okay. Have a few more minutes. Let me just... Okay. And also, living with this, the cheapest form of value exchange is any type that involves money. If money can buy it, it is cheap. If you find it hard to believe what I just said, do a research on the times when money failed people. When money failed them, that if money could afford this, it would. And sometimes not even sickness, it's not cancer, it's not HIV. I'm actually talking about a place where you have not invested in goodwill or influence, and you are bringing money to the table, and I tell you, we can't take your money. You'll have to come back another time. And that's to emphasize on the fact that as you are trying to get a job, as you are trying to advance your career, you have to keep your eyes away from the money. and find other reasons why you do the things you do. If you can't find any, you probably should start reevaluating. Because this has to be tied to something. I don't know if you're getting my point. So I'll leave you one last one. So, and this is going to be the last one. And I will kind of piggyback on that video. If you do today the things that the others won't do, you will have tomorrow the things that the others won't have. Success is not luck. Success is intentional. The reason why I can talk about these things is that I know the work. Do you get the point? Like, there's formula through life. But ultimately, you also need the God factor. Because the element of time and chance happening to them all. There's something such as you will hear a voice behind your ears saying this is the way. My first development work was because I heard a voice behind my ears saying this is the way. Walk in it when you turn to your right and when you turn to your left. That's what gives you that unfair advantage. That when they say the race is not to the swift, you will know you don't have to be the swiftest, but you will come out an overcomer. Thank you very much.
I think that we can do better. I think that we can actually really do better. And this with a standing ovation, let's really appreciate Lolade. Let's just appreciate him. That was so profound. Very profound. Thank you so much. So you can have our seats. Wow, my note is full. Oh. Is there anybody like me? See now? For where? Because, that's so good. And a lot of things actually stood out for me. I don't know for you. A lot of, if I say I should start, I can spend the same amount of time that he has spent here. Okay, so but then I think one of the things that he has said is a lot. I don't know which one should I say now. There was one that caught my attention. He said, "We don't expect a lot from you if you are a lot. Some of us are a lot. In fact, as soon as he said, I had to evaluate myself. But you can be a lot, Sha." But then I think that all of these things that he has shared with us, they are gems. Somebody say gems. They are gems. And it's actually really profound. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Please, let's give him a round of applause again. All right, so we are moving. In the beginning, we said something to you, that this event is not like you've ever had it. Are you getting the vibes now? Are you? No, it's not loud enough. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay, so we want to do something really quick. And because we know that our time is going and we just want to. So I want to have like a breakout session. Yeah, so we would have, so Bumi is going to assist me in doing this. Bumi and Mufe. So we would break ourselves into 4 groups. Except okay, so 3 groups. So let's just quickly do that. So these people that are here, some part of these people here to join Peace and the rest here. Then we have these groups. Please, let's just quickly do that in 2 minutes. And
3
so,
groups.
yeah. Let's just divide ourselves. Two groups.
Oh, okay, we should have 2 groups.
Okay.
All right.
So that means
Here.
these people here.
And then,
I think these people here, there are a lot.
yeah, we have
There are more
people
than,
here.
yeah, we have more people here. It's even now. All right. Okay, so.
All right. So are we ready? All right. So what we are going to do is you are going to have a session, right? And you're going to talk about how you're going to sell yourself to a recruiter. Do you understand? So you plan together what are the skills, how you're going to position yourself to a recruiter, right? And then after that, you now nominate someone to come up and do it to our panelists. So they are going to judge. So please, another thing is you're going to give your team a name. So once you come, you introduce your team. then you're going to sell yourself like you're in an interview. Do you understand? Do we understand?
Yes, we do.
What? So the first thing is, within your group, you are going to talk about it, discuss, right? And somebody in that group will come out and present. Is that clear?
Yes. All right, so we have 2 minutes to quickly deliberate and to do all of that. I will not be in any of the group, neither will she be, so that you will not pick from our HR brains. No, we will not do that.
I think there's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ayomide, are you in this group? Join this group. Soji. Can we have music? That is why that is going on. Okay, so we have just 1 minute. We have just 1 minute to do that. Please let's. Okay, all deliberations stop right about now. All right, guys, thank you. Okay, so please let's settle down. Team, what's our name now? All right, see this team, they are done. Oh. They are done. Remember, if you are a lot, you know what they say about it, because I don't understand what's going on here. All right, team Ebu and Favor. Thank you. We should be done by now. No, we've given you a time frame. Should we give them 1 minute? See, the panelists, they are taking out of your time already. Your score is burning. All right, so time up. Thank you. So we need this team here. Please, what's the name of our team? Please, let's face forward. Hello. Lady in white. Please, can we? Yes.
Team Excellence.
Please, let's give it up for Team Excellence now.
All right.
So the next team. Come again.
Achiever.
Wow. These names. So we have Team Excellence and Team Achievers. If you go according to the alphabetical order, so we'll have Team Achievers first. Please let's encourage them.
Team
Achievers, who's our representative?
All right.
Okay. So yes, our panelists, you just help us grade and score these guys. Yes. All right, come, please now, let's encourage him. Give it up for Team Achievers. Please come off stage. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll be talking from... So I'll be representing the Achievers team. And I'll be talking from the place of a designer. Now, so as a designer, I want to sell myself to a recruiter. I think the first thing I would do is to put my stronger foot forward. So let's say, for example, I am very good with interface, designing interface like the outlook of a product. I'll let them know that I have the skill to be able to create an interface that helps your customers want to interact with your product. Now, an interface that will bring your customers back to the product, not something that they just...
Sorry, my hand is up. So assume that I'm a recruiter from Meta. I'm hiring you for a mid-level designer role. Just introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah. My name is Adi Banjo. I am a product designer with 3 years of experience. I've designed products ranging from different rest of life, from edtech to fintech to the real estate industry. I've created products that have brought in excellent results that has led to increase in revenue for different companies that I've worked for. And I will also give examples of products that I've worked on and give a practical or a go-to reference to them. I'm explaining. Thank you. All right, so...
Yeah, after the next person. All right. So please, you can go ahead, yes, if you are done. No questions. Okay, thank you. Please, let's pass it to the excellence team.
Good morning. So I'm Olukogbolu Agbemisola from Team Excellence, and we are here to pitch a product that we are trying to solve the gaps where there are too many people in the hospitals, and sometimes it leads to lack of care. So we are developing a product whereby we have patients, using the app to lodge their complaint, and we have virtual doctors attend to them. So in severe cases, they will be recommended to a specific hospital. So in our team, we have a product developer, we have a marketer, we have doctors and nurses, and we've submitted proposals to hospitals, NGO to partner with us in, helping us to develop and make sure that this will work, and we will have a better and health community to ensure healthy living. So this is the gap we are trying to solve with this app that we are developing, to connect people that are sick to doctors ASAP before getting to the hospital. So severe cases will only be treated down at the hospitals. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. So we'll leave it to our panelists.
Okay. Why should we hire our team? Oh. Okay. So I'm Olukogbelu Agbemisola, an intern dietitian and a registered nutritionist. I am here to seek for the position of a nutrition officer at your company. Over the years, I've built my expertise in dietary management, counseling, menu planning, and I've been able to work with several cases and ensure healthy living. I'm currently doing my internship in Lut, where I'm attending to patients from intensive care units on dietary management, both conscious and unconscious patients. And I've a record of skills in terms of communication, analytical, and problem-solving skills. I've been able to also acquire skills in the industry. I have over 2 years experience in menu planning, developing products to solve malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's give it to our panelists. So just, what did you notice? What should she have done well? And also for the other team, what should he have done better?
Okay, thank you. So for the first person, and I think for both of them actually, they could have been more specific. So when you introduce yourself and you want to sell yourself, you want to talk about what is the hardest problems you've solved. So, and some might say, okay, what if you've never been hired? If this is your new job, you must have also hired yourself before through the form of practice and so on. Okay, you were able to, for example, as a designer, let's say UX designer, you're able to design, a client and admin dashboard in less than a week, and it's on your this thing. Would you like to see it? Basically, you have to quickly take people down to what you are capable of doing from a track record of what you've done before. Do you get when that's what you want? That's where you want to get to as quickly as possible. And of course, the first person did a good job at being as speaking as clearly as possible. The second one sounded more like a debate, like a speech. Like it sounded more like that. It wasn't exactly as conversational. And when you talk like that, it becomes hard to be able to process what you were saying. So, but the bottom line for me is, if you are talking about yourself, the moment you've talked about your name and what you do, the next thing should always be what you've done with clear evidence that we can all see. And usually you should go after the hardest ones you've done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope we noted the point, right? All right, thank you. Did you want to say anything?
I think my comments are similar. For the first person, I think the pacing of the speech was good. It was easy to follow, understand what he was saying. I think the only other thing I would add is spending a little more time talking about stuff he has done before. He mentioned, I've worked in XYZ industry, I've built products that has increased revenue, but by how much? What is that catch that we should be hearing? Did you build a product that increase your revenue by 50%. Did it increase by 5%? Again, if it is you increase your revenue from 1 billion to 1.1, that's significant as well. Like, you should say stuff like that will make it easy for people to compute the value of what you've done before. For the second person as well, yes, please try to slow down. Not everybody processes things as fast as you'd want, and you want to make sure that your interviewers don't miss anything that you are saying. She said a lot of important things that which I caught, maybe because I can process things a little fast. Nutritionist, dietitian. She has worked with. She works with clients that are both conscious, unconscious. She has worked a lot on malnutrition. She sounds like somebody I should be talking to help me build a meal plan that I would definitely pay for. But for future's purpose, like, try to slow down a bit and just communicate a bit clearer. I think that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Emmanuel, sir. Okay, now. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please let's give a round of applause to the teams and their representatives. I think that, it takes courage to even come out. So first off, I'll score you on that. For coming out amongst the team. So once again, we are moving forward. And we're moving to the next session where we have another speaker. Please, are we happy? Are we gingered for all of these sessions? Because I am. And I've opened another first page of my book to note a lot of things down. And this next speaker that is coming on stage is somebody that I admire. I'm sure that he doesn't know. Please, where's Bumi? Please, 1 minute.
This Monday Digest, a post he sends out every Monday. I look forward to it. I'm sure he doesn't know. Yes, I read it. I read your Monday posts. No, they are like that morning tea that awakens your soul. Thank you for doing that consistently, sir.
All right. Okay, so because we're in the same profession, you guys are wondering what's going on. Yeah, we're in the same profession. And so I'm bringing up Emmanuel Faith now. Emmanuel Faith is a resource person when it comes to HR. But then before he comes up, I'm going to read who he is. In case you don't know, let me introduce him to you. So he is the founder of HR Clinic. Yeah? I think you should be clapping by now. Emmanuel Faith is a globally certified human resource professional, an HR consultant, and capacity builder. He currently leads the HR team at AfriChange. With a background of economics and cross-sectional thought leadership experience in HR, Faith has worked with major names across different industries like Big Cabal Media as the head of talent management, Carrie Wise as the lead people and culture, spearheading people-centric processes that position the organization as one of the top 10 startups to work in Nigeria. Wow. And General Electric, a Fortune 500 company where he managed cross-regional people processes that helped achieve business goals. Wow, we have like 5 pages here. He has been nominated in different HR-related categories, and LinkedIn has won multiple awards and has contributed as a thought leader in the HR community. Please, without further ado, I want to bring up Emmanuel Faith.
Sorry, guys. My slide is up. Sorry, oh, great, cute. Thank you. Do I have to stay here? Can I come and just with you guys? I'm also looking at this. Okay. Yeah, I feel connected. Can you guys at the back move forward a bit so that there is some sort of compactness? So where am I directing? Is it this or this? Let me see. Village people. Okay, it's working. It's working. Praise God. Hallelujah. Okay, so hi everyone. First, a round of applause for the 2 people that came out to talk. I always like when people cut the stage, when people come out to talk. My name is Emmanuel Faith. My profile has been read. Today, in the next 40 minutes, I think, I'll be talking through how to write a winning CV and how to ace an interview. I want you to listen more than you write because you are going to have this slide. By the way, because you didn't tell me I'll be taking CV, I forgot that part, but I will send you like a CV template. So remind me later. Remind me because I now will not see your message till next 2 weeks. But yeah, so I'll be talking about CV briefly because that was not supposed to be my session. Then I'll be talking about how to ace an interview extensively. Are we good to go? Okay. I need you guys at the back to move forward. So, I know they've read my profile, so this is sort of a brief highlight. I'm going to jump the first 3 or 4. Yeah, okay, yeah, just top 4. Now, I was nominated as one of the top 100 creators by Seller in 2023. There's a reason why I want to talk about that, and I'll reference it when I'm talking about how to ace an interview. But I think that one of the things that distinguishes you in this life is how to sell yourself. And if you go to my first slide, how many of us are like writers, content writers, copywriters? Anybody? No. Okay. The reason why I said how to sell yourself with words and in person is because searching for a job is actually about selling yourself. I'll say that again. Searching for a job is about selling yourself. Nigerians are very smart people. And don't listen to what anybody or any silly finder say on Twitter. I am an HR, and I've spent the last 10 years talking to candidates. And Nigerians are very smart people. This year, I've tried to fill up like 10 roles. And 5 out of those 10 times, I'm like, sorry, can we hire the 2 of them? I don't want to drop someone. In fact, last week, I still had to make a very difficult call for a growth marketing manager because the 2 final candidates were both brilliant. Unknowingly, both of them were acquaintances. So I had to send a rejection mail to someone. I sent an acceptance mail to someone. And I've used that illustration to let you know that you are a smart person. The reason why you are in this room is because you are smart. What differentiates the smart person A from smart person B is how well they are able to sell yourself. Look at your neighbor and say, sell yourself. Great. So half of my session will be about learning how to sell yourself. Right. So the most important thing on this slide, like I tell people, is the last one. I am very obsessed with K-drama. Yeah. And I'm an international sports journalist. That's my retirement plan. When I'm done with HR, I'll go into women football fully. I'll go and collect some money from Blatter, or is it Infantino now? Okay, so let's start. Like I said, the objective of this session is to learn how to sell yourself. If you, after this session, you can sell yourself, I'll be an happy man. So let's start. I'm not going to teach you how to write a CV and everything. Actually, I have a YouTube channel. You should subscribe. The name is Emmanuel Faith. I have like 4 or 5 videos on writing CV. But I just want to take you through these highlights. When you think about CV, think about a document that sells your best self. What happens is when I, Emmanuel Faith, when I'm sending CV to Toby's company that will be a unicorn in 2 years' time. When I'm sending him my CV, he doesn't know me. So I'm sending him a document that is the best version of me. So I think that as job seekers, when we think about our resume that way, we will not use one CV to apply for 20 jobs. Don't worry, don't shake. I already see, I know. You've done it before. Don't do it again, amen? I used to tell people, and luckily, I'm not even speaking verbose. There was a time very recently where I was out of job for like 4 or 5 months. It is better to, and again, don't listen to Twitter inspire to aspire people. It is better to apply for 4 jobs per week and know that those 4 jobs, you put in your best self than to apply for 20 jobs per day when you are just doing copy and paste. So, when you think about your CV as the document that sells your best self, I think you will pay attention to every details. Do we all agree? Number 2, your CV should align with the kind of opportunity you are applying for. Now, this is also very important. How many of us are in finance? Anybody in finance? Marketing? Nobody. What do you people do? Engineering, design, FMCG. Please, what do you people do? Throw your profession at me. Like, just tell me what you do. Law. Oh, my God, law. Okay. Virtual assistant, operations, design, dental. Oh, my God, dental surgeon. That's exciting. Okay, great. So I'm going to start with law. Do you know that as a law graduate, even though you just graduated, you cannot use the same CV to apply to an in-house counsel, to apply to a firm that is focused on arbitration. Because an in-house counsel is probably looking for someone that has a generalist experience about everything. And a firm that is focused on arbitration is looking for your arbitrating skills. Or a firm that does, what's that thing? Arbitration, IPL, ADL. Like, you cannot use the same resume. As a matter of fact, when I just started out my career, I want to see if I'm not jumping a point. Okay, I'm going to point 4 now. When I just started out my career, let me tell you guys what I do. Even I still did it till last year. Last year, 2024. Yeah. When I see a job description, I open my CV and I go to the major highlights in the job description and I replicate them in my resume. For instance, practical stuff that all of us know. If a job description says must be proficient in Microsoft Suite, and by the way, this is why some of your resumes don't scale through 8 years. I put in my CV that I'm proficient in Microsoft Suite. But if the job description says must be proficient in Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Excel, I remove proficient in Microsoft Suite and replace it with proficient in Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Excel. Now, they are the same thing. But one JD specifically said that they want Word, PowerPoint, and Excel. And that's one of the most basic things, right? So you're applying for an operations role, and the operation says must have worked with B2B and B2C industries. Must have coordinated a team outside of Nigeria. Must have regional experience. Like, write it there. If they say must have coordinated team outside of Nigeria, even if it's one time in your life that you work with one CEO that was sitting in Ghana, write it there. Because when they are screening, they are going to be looking for people that have experiences out of Nigeria. Are we together? Great. Always be proactive enough to showcase your skills, especially through extracurricular. Now, when Toby was giving feedback and when he was also giving feedback, he talked about what if you don't have any experience at all? Are there people like that? Yeah, you don't have any experience. You just graduated or graduated last year or 2 years ago. Okay, nobody. Great. Your resume is always a great chance to showcase your skills and experience through extracurricular. So, you're applying for like a team lead role, or you're applying for a role that you have not done anything in it professionally. But you've planned this event. And that's something you can put on your resume. You are a member of ISEC. You are a member of JCI, Anunsa. Which other one is there? What social club were you guys part of when you were in school? Have you guys were doing GGM Kawe fellowship? You know, those masters, tax club, finance club. So a lot of times, what we've done 9 to 5 might not encompass the experience that we are looking to apply for. But have you done something for an NGO? Have you volunteered for one woman that did not pay you? She promised you data allowance, but unless she will pay you tomorrow. The work that you did, write it there because you did the work. Do you understand? So it's always great to leverage that part, that, skills and experiences. I feel like that's one of the most underutilized part of your resume. And I'll talk more about it when I'm teaching essay interviews. And I like to talk about CV before I teach essay interview, which is why that's the first question I asked him and gospel. That is as someone come to teach CV. Because there's a way that, and I'm talking both as a recruiter with almost a decade experience and as someone who spent 5 months searching for a job. There's a way that your CV makes interview go smoothly. I've been in interviews, like I interviewed with BCG, I interviewed with Paystack. Last year, I interviewed with a lot of multinationals. I remember a recruiter at Paystack, was it Paystack or BCG? She was like, oh my God, your resume is so exciting. Let's just converse. Because my CV had all the details that was required. And it was written in the most clearest form. I know that that's a bad English. And then there was metric and measurement and description. And they didn't even have to ask me anything because I got it in very clear terms, right? So there's a way you can even write your resume that will make your interview exciting. Don't hide the relevant information or anything that sells yourself. I promise you, I don't care if you are single, if you are married. I don't want to know if you are from Ayedade local government. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm sorry. Again, if you think about your resume as the document that sells your best self, what you will do is to look at it and say, is it relevant that they know that I'm from Imbaise local government? No. Remove it. So I hope I didn't stop someone directly. I'm sorry if I did. I promise you. Let me use my local government. It's not compulsory that they know that you're from Iyanobodija, you know, or Lagelumanato, right? So just think about anything that is not relevant, anything that will not sell your best self. Remove it. Let me give another illustration. And I see this with recent graduates a lot, so maybe it might not apply to you guys. You know how you apply to competitions in uni? Okay, for me, I did a lot of competitions because they sucked my CGPA. So I had to use something to, to boost it. So, you know how you apply for a competition in like 300 level, you come second. And then in 400 level, you win. So you see some people, they'll put first runner-up, tax club, national debate. They'll now put first position, tax club, national debates. It's not necessary. Because if you won an edition, why are you adding the one that you are a runner-up? Yeah, I'm very sure that you will go and gist with your friends after this session. Share them my YouTube channel. Let them subscribe too. Like, people do not know it, but you don't need to tell me. You already won the competition. Why are you not telling me that you came second the year before? How is it my business? Because what are you demonstrating? You are demonstrating that you have tax knowledge, that you have tax proficiency. And you are showing me that by telling me you won a competition. Why are you not telling me you were third runner up the year before? How is it my business? Right? So don't add anything. And I use that illustration to let you know that it's not just things like local government, like marital status. Things that are seemingly positive might be irrelevant. And then the last part, I think I talked about it. Don't miss out on the skills session, guys. And I'll probably double down on that during interview. Let's roll. Now, I'd use this illustration, I don't know, for some reason, somewhere in my head. I thought I would meet a lot of creatives because church always have creatives. That's why it's not good to make assumption. You have creatives, Abby? Yeah. So again, so I attend DNU and I've taken like a similar session in my church before. In my experience, I see that creatives struggle to sell themselves. So don't worry, I think I'll just talk through, even though this was for creative. I think it's very important, and I know he tried to do that, and like I really appreciated that. It's very important that you learn how to sell yourself in metrics, in impact, and as it is relevant to your role. So it is not just important that you sell yourself in metrics and in impact. It has to be relevant to your role. So for example, you said you designed pages that brought the company a certain, I don't know if you mentioned an amount of revenue or not, but you said, okay, yeah, Tobin pointed that out. Now, I would be more convinced if you had said you designed landing pages that led to the download of maybe 5,000 EOY reports. EOY is end of the year, by the way. That's more convincing for me to listen to as a designer. A designer designed a page, and that page led to 1,000 downloads or 10,000 downloads than telling me you contributed to the revenue. Now, through the downloads, of course, there will be call to action in the download. But it will make more sense for me if it is a marketer that is telling me that, she worked on a report that had 10,000 downloads that led to 5,000 sign up. Now, it will make sense for me if a salesperson now comes to tell me that she followed up 5,000 sign-ups and brought in 1 billion naira revenue. Again, guys, corporate world is a value chain. You have to know where you're adding value so that you know how to sell the value you are adding. Punchline. I'll say that again. The corporate world is a value chain. You have to know where you are adding value so that you'll be able to sell your value. Now, did the design page you made lead to 10 billion naira revenue? Yes. But was that your part of the value? No. Your part of the value was that you designed a landing page that got the company 10,000 downloads. Move on. The marketing person, the download, if they like, they should not put good call to action there. If they like, they should put it. If they put, my guy understands. If they put good call to action, the marketer's job done. The salesperson, the people that downloaded and the people that dropped their email, if they like, they should follow up. If they like, they should not follow up. HR will put them on PIP. Now, if they follow up, good for the business. Did your landing page later lead to revenue? Yes. Is that your value point, or is that where you sell your value? No. Do you understand? So it's very important to understand where you are adding value so that you'll be able to sell this. So maybe I will not work. Okay, so I'll just use like random illustrations. For example, you're a social media manager. All you do is post every day. Monday motivation, Tuesday inspiration, Wednesday women coach, Thursday throwback, Friday flashback, or whatever it is. Like to you are posting, but you're not just posting. You are increasing. What you are doing is increasing audience engagement. Now, look at this again. If you are a design and you work with like an agency where you design social media, do you know that you can sell your value? You can say that your design led to an increased engagement. So maybe before, now Canva then they use. I'm not shading Canva, by the way. I really love Canva as a design tool. But you, with your very proactive Figma, you increased the beauty and aesthetics of a page with your designs. And then because of that, maybe when you post once before, it's 2 comments. 2 people you know how 2 people in the company. Like, we are posted, go and comment on our page. You know them. See them. You are posted, go and comment on our page. But now, because of the beauty of your design or how interactive, maybe you're a motion designer, how interactive it is, people stop by. That's a value you can. It's not just the social media work. It is your work because you're the one that did that design. And that's a value you can sell. Engagement rate, revenue impact, like, even though I designed this for creative, just, look at your role right now. So, for example, you are a neurosurgeon or a dental person. Yeah, all you do is take care of, people who have dental stuff. But every Friday, every month, you do Twitter spaces, educating people about someone like me. I've not done skilling and polishing since last year. I should go and use my company HMO. So, you do Twitter spaces every month. And that Twitter spaces, more people get to know about your company, and through that, they sign up. That's how to add extra value. You know that sometimes, inside joke, one of my friends right now, she works with a top company that I will not mention. She earns in USD, you know her. In our last meeting, she was saying that she wants to hire 2 people to come and work under her because she doesn't want to be, so this advanced HR, she doesn't want to be she's any good though, but she doesn't want to be an individual contributor. She wants to be a people manager so that she'll be able to earn managers' money. See, sometimes you have to create value. You're doing it for the business. The business we think you're doing it for them is a lie. You're doing it for your LinkedIn and resume. My brothers and sisters, this is corporate. You're not ripping anybody off. Like, people have done it in different places at work. Hey, guys, what do you think about this? Oh, yes, let's do it. And they will work their ass out. My brother just worked on a report for his company last month. That he was editor-in-chief. He said, yeah, now I have editor-in-chief on my profile. Anywhere I want to go, I'll put it there. Did he do it for the company? Yes. Did they send him? No. Did he add value to the company? Yes. Did he add value more to him? Yes. Now he's editor-in-chief of a report. And it's just his entry level. He's not even an associate. He's level 1. The lowest rank in the company. But the marketing lead is supposed to think about things like that. She's doing 3 jobs. So you not think about it. So now my brother has that on his profile forever. So if there is no value, and this just, I don't know, the Spirit is bringing it, amen? I don't know who this is for. If you are in a role that is not adding value, create the value. Add it. Where was I yesterday? Yeah, it was my company. We do this fun thing every Friday. Like, you can be in a role that is not adding value. Create the value. The company will think they are ripping you off. I promise you they are not, because the value is yours. It's for your resume. Are you not the one that did it? Will someone come and drag you that you not do it? It's yours, right? Yeah, so I said that to let you know that it's important that you add value and that you are able to sell this value. I hope that this is the last slide on CV. Okay, yeah, so that's the last slide on CV. I would 2 things. Number 1, I'll share you like a CV template. I'll share Toby, so Toby will share with you. Number 2, like I said, I have a YouTube channel that has I think 4 or 5 videos on how to write a resume. My YouTube channel is Emmanuel Faith. You can search for it and subscribe. And I think I'll also take questions at the end. So yeah, are we good so far? If you are good, say we're done EF. Thank you. Great. So let's go to interview, which is why Toby brought me here, to be sweaty inside native like this. Okay, so like I said, the reason why I took time to talk about CV is that, like, when I'm teaching employability and I'm apportioning ACE in interview, I always want to confirm that there is someone that's taken a session on CV. Because there's a way that, like I said earlier, there's a way that your resume, a good CV or resume, makes interview fun. Now, basic facts about interview. Number 1, an interview is a chance to showcase yourself to the employer, stating why you are the right fit for the role. There's a joke that I used to make. If you are invited for an interview, any interview at all, not visa interview, that one you need 7 days fasting and prayer. But If you are invited for any job interview, it means that you deserve to get the job. I say that again. If you are invited for any interview, I promise you, even if it's your uncle's long leg, if you are not smart, they will not call you. I don't know about oil and gas. You see, I shifted my mic. Yeah. But like all the industries I've worked, energy, finance, Jesus. Even if you are the CEO's younger sister, if you are not smart, they will not hire you. You want to come and waste companies, your client's fund, lie, not under their watch. I have been in company before. Hey, Jesus. Where a manager told, so the person that was working under the manager is like the CEO's in-law or something. You called the person. So I promise you, even if you use long leg or God's favor, everything, when it is you know what I'm talking about. It might not be you, it might be your friend. Yeah. Immediately you are in that interview seat, either with the line manager or the HR, it means you deserve to be there. Say, I deserve to be there. Great. So if you deserve to be there, the only task you have is to sell your best self. Like, that's the only task you have. Like, just let them know that, I'm the one you've been looking for. See, that road I've tried to fill for 3 months, now me, gone. The Lord created that road specially for me. And I'm here to tell you why you should hire me, right? The second thing is that interviewers are people just like you. And I say this as an HR professional, and I'm very sure my colleague in the industry would assert to this fact. Now, this statement is a very blank statement with like 235 meanings. When I say interviewers are people just like you, it means that they may have served breakfast for your interviewer the night before. So she's in a bad mood. It might mean that she just finished performance review with her manager and did not go well. So now she has to interview you. So you can guess he or she or them are cranky. It also means that they support Chelsea. And immediately you turn on your video. They saw Chelsea background. Like, you support Chelsea? Yes, all blues for life. And that's the end of the interview. You are hired. So, because interviewers are people, and guys, I'm not joking, I'll make references. Because interviewers are people just like, I get this is where you need to do your fasting and prayer. Because interviewers are people just like you, it's very important that you know that a lot of things can go wrong, but a lot of things can also go right for you. Do you understand? I'm not a preacher of doom. See, I'm a preacher of hope, positivity, faith, because even the scripture said it. Hope is like this. Hope is the only thing we have. Not APC kind of hope. Yeah. This third point is also very important, and it's also like a follow-up to the second point. You can have an excellent interview and not be selected for a role. I mean, life is interesting, because I used to say this in theory before, but last year when I was job searching, like it became practical to me. I had excellent interviews. So I like to reference this too, because I think that they were my best interviews. If I think they are better than the job that I got, the interview process of those two roles are better than the interview process of the job I got. BCG, there was no BCG. Yeah, BCG is one of the top 3 consulting firms in the world. I remember that the only reason I did like 4 rounds of interview, my last round, so you know how senior it is, my last round of interview was with the president of BCG Nigeria and head of recruitment BCG Sub-Saharan Africa. And there were 2 people left out of 1,600 people that applied for the role. Yeah. Why didn't they pick me? The second person had a specific specialist experience that I did not have, because my last 5 years I've been in lead generalist role. That's why they did not pick me. My interview was great. It was cool. I interviewed with a French person. I interviewed with a Spanish person. I interviewed with a Nigerian. I interviewed with a Ghanaian. Then my last interview was in Nigeria as a Ghanaian. So you can see. Another excellent interview that I had last year was Paystack. I did another 4 rounds of interview. Why did they pick me? I don't know. But when I saw the person that they hired, I'm like, yeah, I know. The person that... Toby gets it. See? The person that they hired had a bachelor's from Aston University, had a master's from Manchester University. Yes, you to say, Abi. Me, I'm carrying my OAU degree up and down. And then the person has spent the last 6-7 years in fintech. So it absolutely made sense for them to hire the person ahead of me. Was my interview great? Yes. If I send an email to the person, her name is Christine, she will still reply me. We still chat on LinkedIn. So you can actually have and then talking like personally now, I've interviewed people that I did not hire, and they're like, next week I'm referring them for roles. Because there was just someone slightly better than them or something. But I just told you that I sent a rejection mail to an excellent candidate last week. If someone comes to my DM and say, how far my guy, I'm looking for a good marketing manager, I will refer immediately. Because she had an excellent interview. The other candidate it was like a 9.3 over 10, 9.5 over 10 kind of thing. Right? So I'm saying this so that you not think village people are following you. I promise you, the prayer you are praying and the one your mother are praying are working very hard. So it's not village people. Right? And then the last part, and this is very important, the best interviews are the best conversations. Don't make it rigid. Don't use ChatGPT. Don't paste. Jesus. You candidates do a lot too. My sister, have you experienced it before? Where they will put, what's that thing? Sticky notes. Say, tell me about yourself. We know. You think we don't know? We will not tell you. But some HR are very brutal. They will tell you. But me, I was brought up to people. I don't shake on people's self-esteem. But I know you're looking at ChatGPT. Just be yourself. See, I promise you, people remember mundane things. And the last time I taught this class in my church, I was telling them about someone we used to call the love affair girl. Because during the interview, so it was a customer experience role, she was like, relationship between customer experience team and customers is like a love affair relationship. I promise you, we did not remember any other thing in that interview. The only thing we remember was love affair girl. Of course, she got the job. And every anniversary, we're like, today is Vivian Love Affairs anniversary. Because that stood her out, right? So it's a conversation. Don't make it rigid. Even, see, when HR, they are very annoying. Not me. I'm not part of them. Even when they make it, tell me about yourself. So, tell me about your weakness. Made it a conversation. Like, let me see if I have a slide on that. Okay. There's a way that someone can ask you rigid questions and you can make it a conversation. You can, for example, say, are you trying to say, I should tell you this? I should tell you this. So the person will now stop the rigidity and say, oh, this is what I'm trying to say. And then, okay, I think I'm talking about it next. There's a way that I make jokes in the interview. I say something random. Just one time, I think I just started out my career. Well, I think I was like 2 years. I was at GE, and GE was not going to give me a full-time role, so I was looking for a role. And I entered this room. It was pre-COVID, so interviews were a lot physical. And there was these 2 guys. It was like fire was burning in their eyes. And there was this lady. I wore glasses. I said, eh? So like, oh, we've seen your resume. My resume has always been good. Even when I now have experience like this. So they were like, oh, we've seen your resume. So tell us about yourself. I said, oh, my favorite food is rice and beans and I can finish a pot. Everybody laughed. I'm like, because why are you carrying strong face? Don't you know that my mother fasted for this interview? My mother fasted. I'm the firstborn. My mother is retired. I'm the breadwinner. See, that laughter came from the bellies of the Holy Spirit. They laughed. And they were like, oh, really? I'm like, yes, really. I ate it throughout uni. Like, that's exciting. Now, can you tell us something relevant to your CV? Of course. And then, like, I started the conversation. So, even when HRs are being evil, like, you have the spirit of excellence in you to diffuse that evil. Amen? Great. So let's start. This is, I think this is the only slide that will explicitly explain. I like teaching, can we meet you? Because that question can make or break you. That question can make or break your interview. Number one is to tell a chronological story. And I really love the second lady, even though she spoke very fast. Like, I loved how she told her journey. She studied this, she's done this, she's now doing this. Like Toby was saying, if you are like maybe slower by 0.8, you are moving at 1.5. So if you come back, sorry, I watch YouTube because I'm a YouTuber. Sometimes I'm watching YouTube very fast, and sometimes I'm also watching YouTube very slow because I want to pay attention to maybe what the anchor or the panel is saying. So if you take your 1.5x to 0.8, I really enjoyed, your delivery. So tell your story chronologically. Let them know that the reason why you are in finance is because your younger brother or elder brother most likely lost the money to MMM. So, so you decided that you're going to learn about learning and investment enough, and you're going to help people, build wealth so that they don't make financial mistake. Let them know that where you grow up, the toilet door used to open like this instead of like this. And you are taught that design is not just Canva. Design is being able to optimize the functionality. Either it is a digital functionality or a physical functionality. That's why you started a career in design. That's a story I will listen to. Will you not listen to the story? So, tell your story, tell it chronologically. Number two, I like what the JD says. He tried to do that. So if it's like, oh, it's design, but it's motion design, talk about the motion design that you did. It's interface design, talk about it. Neurosurgeon, but they don't want a dentist. They want a dentist that's also done a bit of public health. Even if you've not done public health, you volunteered with ISEC. I even went to do community outreach. But there is no public health more than that, my sister. You've done JCI. You've done ANUSA. You went to do Kidika on the streets. That is public health. Is it not health for the public people? Talk about it, right? Use industry registers. So before, this line used to be use industry jargons, but I realized that Nigeria has a negative connotation of the word jargon. How many of us did you register in secondary school? Let me separate Gen Z from millennial. These are my people. Chop knuckle. Yeah. Register. I used to score 30-30. I like register. For the Gen Zs, let me explain what register is. So, awesome. So when you are talking, when you're introducing yourself, like, use industry, like, use your terminologies. Even if they don't understand. So I think someone asked me that question before, is that, oh, what if they don't understand what they say? It's better. That's where you sound smart. That's where you sound smart, right? So use your industry registers. Let them know that you know what you're talking about. Don't highlight the weakness. Jesus, people used to do this. People did it on resume too. You finish with 2-2. So you now put mic. Everybody, wow, I finished with 2-2. Some of those 2-2 say 3.48. It's one wicked lecturer that wanted you to come and help a max script and you know answer. And I gave you 58C. Why are you telling the world, right? Same thing with don't highlight the weakness. Don't tell them. Don't tell them you wake up late. Like, it's too early for you to talk about weakness. Wait, let them even ask you first. Why are you telling me if I asked you, right? And then end on a lighter note. I already said that, talk about the fact that Game of Thrones is your favorite movie. Again, this can be also very strategic. For example, if you're applying for a finance role, talk about the fact that you play Monopoly. You're applying for a strategy or consulting role, talk about the fact that you play chess. There is a sudden weird assumption, because I don't play chess, that people that play chess are brilliant. They're all my friends. They will tell me, Emmanuel, go and learn how to play chess. You don't, anytime I'm like, you don't play chess, it's like I've committed crime. I don't know if I'll learn chess or not. Anyway, yeah, so always end on a lighter note. Talk about the fact that you support Real Madrid. Even if the person is a Barcelona fan, that will start a conversation. They will ask you, is Messi or Ronaldo? And you say, the greatest of all time. Don't answer that kind of question. Yeah, so the really root of acing an interview is very simple, right? I already talked about telling a story, use the star approach. I'll talk about that in the next slide. Demonstrate competence. Like I said, when you are in the room of interview already, you are good enough to get the job. The problem is that we are too much. There are too many smart people in this world competing for very few opportunities. And it's not just Nigeria. My friends in the abroad, different countries experience the same thing. There was one of my friends, is a UK global talent. He applied for 300 jobs before he got his first one. His current job is paying, I think, 48. Between when he got his first job and now, at least 20 recruiters have reached out to him, and the minimum they've offered him is 70K. This is someone that's applied to 300 jobs before he got his first one. So I've used that illustration to let you know that the problem is not Tinubu, even though it's part of the problem. The problem is that there are just too many smart people competing for few opportunities. Do you understand? I'm rebuking the spirit of village people. Everything's not village people. Sometimes it's just economics. So, sorry, I studied economics. So I'm always quick to reference that. Yeah, so demonstrate competence. Show that you know the job. They ask you a question. Answer it in the best, most competent version that you can remember. Speak with confidence. Interviewers really love people. And confidence is not high-pitched alone. You can be very calm, speak very slowly, and still exude confidence. I think I have a YouTube video on that. Yeah, check my YouTube channel. Yeah, so speak with confidence. Either you're an high-pitched person or a low-pitched person. Let them know that you are confident in what you are saying. Don't falter. Don't stutter. They are very kind HR people like me. Sometimes when I notice like a candidate is fidgeting, I say, oh, do you want a glass of water? Do you want a bottle? Even if it's virtual, I'm like, oh, do you want us to deliver a cold drink to your place? When I say that, the candidate gets the cue and then they laugh. But even if you are tense, ask the HR, I'm sorry, can I get the glass of water? Because when I'm teaching HR, because I teach HR, I tell them that, see, it is unconventional, but what would you rather do? Would you rather get a candidate at the best version of themselves? Or would you get a fidgeting, worrying one? Because you can miss out on a good candidate just because they are scared or because they are, tense or something. They just finished sorting a family issue. Or their landlady just came to say, if you don't pay that rent next month. Right? Yeah, so, demonstrate confidence, speak with confidence. And then ask intelligent questions. I have a whole video on questions you should ask at the end of an interview. One of the ways, I'm telling you, Expo, one of the ways that recruiters judge smart candidates is the quality of the question. Never in your life should you say no question. I said that again. Never in your life should you say no question. No question, people. Not your question, please ask questions. Though. I have a video on the kind of questions you ask at the end of an interview. So don't survive an interview. Don't lie. Don't lie. I would always reference my Goldman Sachs interview. When I was in 300 level, trying to hustle my way out of Nigeria to Ilu Obodo Imbo. I got it to I think that's the stage where you go to SEO in Ghana. So me say, I know small. That's how, after my interview, 300 level, my brain was blazing odds. What do you mean? I knew all the macroeconomics. I was just, Jesus, adulting. I knew MPL. I could tell you about all sharing. I could tell you about the economy of at least 3 countries. Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. This is what happened in OPEC. Jesus. I used to be smart too. I'm still smart, just in another way. Yeah, so the interview has been awesome. I know I said you should not believe in village people, but I like to think that this was village people. That's how the interviewer said, so what's the current inflation rate? And I said, 22.75. I checked this thing this morning. What do you mean? It was the wrong website that I checked. So if you study economics or finance, you will know that this thing updates MOM. That's month or month. So the figure that I given was the month before, not the current month. And the guy was like, "Oh, are you sure?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm very sure." So are you very sure? I said, "Yes." That's how my guy just brought out his phone. I'm very sure the guy was looking to eliminate people. Yeah, so he just brought out his phone, just showed me. So I think I had said 22.70 and it was like 22.07. I said, I knew that I was not going to make it to the next stage. Right? So don't lie in an interview. Deflect, say you don't know, say you check it out. I've interviewed people that told me, "Oh, I don't know, but I'm going to send you an email about it," and they did. It doesn't mean that I think someone did that actually. And I think 3 months down the line, I sent an email to the person and referred the person for another role. Right? So they didn't get a job where I was working. But that just made sense to me. That you said you would send me something that you didn't know in an interview and you took out time to send it. I rate it like mad, right? So do not lie. You do not want to lie in an interview. If they don't figure it out on the interview, they'll figure my talent acquisition at work. They'll be like, Faith, did you notice that this girl was doing this? I'm like, I don't notice. How did you notice? Right? So they would figure out if you are lying, right? I'm looking at my time. I talk about, don't tell unnecessary stories. Guys, let me give you a cheat. People, if you are I'm a talkative, you probably have figured that out already. If you're a talkative like me, just have a 90 seconds timer in your head. It's better for you to answer a question. I'll say this 2 times. It's better for you to answer a question briefly and a recruiter follow up than to give a longer answer and the recruiter is bored. So when they ask me a question, what I do is, in Yoruba money, Mare Lori. I do shots. So the recruiter will now say, "Oh, tell me more about this." It's better than for me to say, when I was at Kairos, I designed this, I did this, I did this. I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you in 90 seconds. And I would do 0.8x. I will not do 1.5x. So the recruiter will be interested and say, "Oh, can you tell me more about this?" In fact, sometimes, and I've felt it before, a conversation will be going like this, but because of something I said, then the conversation just comes my way like this. I'm like, "Thank you, Jesus. Holy Ghost, you're working." Amen. Yeah, so be brief. Don't bore them. If they want more, they would ask for more. Yes, I already talked about demonstrate competence, ask intelligent question. Don't rehearse. I already talked about the fact that interviewers are real people, right? And so because interviewers are real people, if you are rehearsing, they will know. Don't worry. Okay. We are back. This slide is very, very important. I know that, I don't know what you guys are earning. Some of you might, your first job might be 100K. And second will be 120. And next one will be 180. And from that 180, you will move to 600. I'm not saying abstract things. I'm saying things that have happened to people. one of my acquaintances moved from earning $420K to earning $2,500. She's in Nigeria. And it's not even tech, it's finance. She moved from 100K to 150 to 220. In fact, she moved from 220 to 420. I know because I always review the contract of all my friends. And from 420, she went straight to $2,500. So, sometimes, I already talked about the fact that you guys are smart and you are brilliant and you are valuable and all that. Sometimes, where you are is not where you are meant to be, but what you are doing is getting refined. And this is not aspire to perspire. I've seen it happen to my friends, my acquaintances, over and again. Last week, I got a 56% raise at work. It was the highest, like, across board. I did not get it because I'm HR. Like, the CEO and CFO started me down and fired me, and I fired them back. That this is what I've done in the last 8 months, and I deserve this raise. It was a bold move of faith because I was already mentally ready that they might reduce it. And they're like, okay, yeah, we approve it. I'm like, thank you very much. So sometimes where you are, and I was just sitting with a friend, do you know that with this increase that I got, any company that wants to poach me from my current place of work, they'll be bringing this amount. And it's insane because last year, my current pay right now, last year, people were, telling me about budget that was like 50 or 40% of it. Like my brother sent me his Notion board saying, because he had put, search for job for EF. Because at some point I was tired. And like, it's insane that like, it's not up to 1 year. Guys, it's not up to 1 year. So sometimes, number one, where you are is not where you are meant to be, but what you are going through is refining. Number two, sometimes you need to build capacity and move to where you'll be valued by the right people for you to see what your worth is truly is. And that's why I used gold. Like, what we see is fine gold, 18 kg carats, I don't know how they measure it, 24 carats. But if you know, like if you work with, I have done blacksmithing before, if you work with like a goldsmith or a blacksmith and go through the process, you'll be totally, like you will not believe that thing that they are selling, you will see one piece, 1.2 million. If you see what that piece looked like 3 months ago, you will not believe it. So I do not know what stage of life you are right now, but I want you to know that it's just a stage. You are going to get to the place where you'll be valued, and you'll be surprised about how much value you carry. But that will not happen if you do not learn how to sell your best self. So sell your best self today. Look at your neighbor and say, sell your best self. Gather value. Gather value. Show value. Demonstrate value. And sell your best self. I think I have 6 minutes for questions. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Thank you. Wow, that was really profound. Yeah. So let me just reiterate. Do not lie on your CV. Yes, somebody said Mark Barrow. Don't lie. Gather value. All right. And sell your best self. Something that stood out for me, like 2 things, right? Said, for you to have been invited for that interview, it means you can get the job. So put your best foot forward. Don't go unprepared. Don't go unprepared. And don't go, with that mindset of will I or will I not. Just do your best. Give it your best. Right? And this other one is where you are is not where you are meant to be. Right? But it can be a place where you are refined for where you are going to. So that means that we should not devalue wherever we are. Learn, gather the best, do everything you are meant to do. So one thing, right, that I remember was, talking about when he was talking about your CV, putting up the metrics. I think one major thing that we fail to do is that we don't track what we do. And that's why we are not able to put up the metrics in our CVs. Most of us just work. And after you exit that organization, you can't even tell yourself, this is what I've achieved. So you won't be able to sell yourself to the next recruiter. So learn to track everything that you do. Learn to track. Then you can build your portfolio and all that. Thank you so much, sir. That was really great. Thank you. All right, so we are going to have a short break. But before that, media, please, are you ready?
Hi guys! Come close, come close, come close. Here is all the inside scoop about TBC out of Zion.
We are called. We are called to serve, called to love, called to demonstrate the supernatural, called to share the good news of our loving Jesus to a world that doesn't know him.
Save everyone you can. By all means, communicate it in love, in sincerity. By all means.
We are conversations from the private homes of our cell system to the center stage of our services. The word of God is priority. It is taught, it is preached, and it is lived. We see the practicality of God's word in our everyday lives.
We are contagious. Our joy is palpable. Our love is undeniable. You can find it in our praise. You can hear it in our songs. Joy is our response in and out of every season.
Hi guys!
Hi.
We are connections. We are small enough to know you and big enough to accommodate you. To us, family is everything.
As you connect with us today, this is what you
your
have
heart
to find.
find.
Home. Welcome to TBC
out of Zion.
Yes. Let me also sell myself at this point. Proud mother moment. That's my daughter. Yeah. All right, thank you. So you can see this is a place for you to be, right? You love it here. Okay, so we are going to go on break right now. Then we have a little thing for us. 5 minutes. All right, so it's just 5 minutes and let's come back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you one of the best choirs in the city of Lagos, Nigeria. Come on now. Lady what? Nípa who? Say what? Say what? Let's go. Are you ready for step two? Are you ready for step two? 1, 2, 3, let's go, say.
Ìdèmí ti já, ṣẹ̀kẹ̀ṣẹ̀kẹ̀ ti bọ́, ọ̀run ti ṣí, ire mi wọlé dé. Mo ti lálùyọ, omi lórí skyscraper. Mo ti wà lókè, má lọ́nà gẹ̀rẹ̀, wá bá mi lókè.
I am his own, I'm seated in his glory. If you look me, you can see say I live over. I got the dang post, it does the bust in my brain. Everywhere they go, I got pop, I be no be there.
Can you count it? Can you think of it? Of course. When I think of the goodness of Jesus and all he has done for me, I know he count. I know he count. I know he count. You the try counter. I know he count. You the try counter. I know he count. He's plenty, Ladies and gentlemen, spirit of prophecy. This is definitely the gem of the year. Counting the goodness of Jesus and reflecting our authority in Christ as sons and daughters of Jesus, of the Most High. God bless you.
Comforter, for every time I've been left forsaken. Them blow me short, but you dark bada. Never go down, never undertaking. So many times me, I don't fall down. It be your mercy, be talking for me. I check my Bible and concordance. I never see your picking forsaken. Holy water, holy ale. I know God come, Musa Wale, crown of glory. Ade Wale, you dey bless me Sunday to Sunday. I don't count down, overcome me. I try to come, you know finish. I don't check them, I dey convince say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say, what? Condemnation dey far away. Ibukun just dey come my way. Goodness and mercy sour way. Never to turn away. Say make nobody bother me. I've decided say all my days now for Jesus to control the control the holy water, holy ale. I know God come, Musa Wale, crown of glory. Ade Wale, you dey bless me Sunday to Sunday. I don't count them, overcome me. I try to come, you know finish. I don't check them, I dey convince say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say, Baba do me correct, oh. Anointing for head, oh. I dey steady collect, oh. On body show me say. You got the whole world in your hand. Within the past, you know, you got the whole world in your hand. Commando, commando.
I get God and I get life. Everything is you go work for me. Me and not did to the wrong kitty cutter. Now you make a favor for me. Oh. You make a blessing come then knock on my door. And if I want to go order, you know that the focus, everything I want I order. Everything nice and smooth, I know. Feel like it to drop, you know that the focus, everything I want I order. Everything nice and smooth.
am, I dey feel like eating the totori. And you tell me, say my picking when you need me, make you dey call on me. Said, it's not my confidence. Every time I call you overcompetent, I no need to come up from you, you're divine. And I go taste the data bar. You know that I'm forecasting, oh no. Everything I want, I order. Everything nice and smooth. You be like the rubber. You know they do forecasting, oh. Everything I want, I order. Everything nice and smooth. You be like the rubber. You got the whole world in your mind. You got the whole world in your mind. Put in the past, you know, you got the whole world in your mind. Come and do, come and do. You got the whole world in your mind. You got the whole world in your mind. Put in the past, you know, one day. You got the whole world in your mind. Yeah. Come and do, come and do. Me no wanna China Saramo. Chine do me Onye so give my child. Come and do, come and do. Me no wanna China Saramo. Chine do me Onye so give my child. Come and do, come and do. Look what the whole world in your but in past you day. You've got the whole world in your hands. Come and do, come and do.
With you, I do not feel discomfort. I do not feel bad love. Yeah, you've got all of my devotion. From your sweetest touch, I wouldn't run. Yeah, I do balo, ulu show, alone with Saki. Ulu bala, ulu lana, can't find me. Atumbalo, ulu show, alone with Saki. Ulu bala, ulu lana, can't find me. Oh, I'm ready to follow you anywhere to be a love story. Yeah, you've got me, rock steady. You got my heart. Jesus for the friend, your love's till the end. Oh, I'm ready to follow you anywhere to be a love story. Oh, you've got me, rock steady. You've got my heart. Jesus for the friend, your love's till the end.
Oh, your love's innocence. That when I see the end, I do not see regret. Yeah, it's for certain. You move me like the mountains, high and high. When the low comes, you're beside me. Yeah. Adubalo, Olusho, Olaru Isaki. Olubala, Olulano, come find me. Adubalo, Olusho, Olaru Isaki. Olubala, Olulano, come find me. Oh, I'm ready to follow you anywhere to be a love story. Oh, you got me, rock steady. You got my heart. Jesus for the friend, your love's till the end. Oh, I'm ready to follow you anywhere to be a love story. Cause you got me, rock steady. You got my heart. Jesus
Jesus for the friend. Your love till the end.
Your love till the end.
Mi já ó yẹ kó ti mọ̀ pé ṣẹ́kẹ́ṣẹkẹ̀ ti bọ́. Tó bá gbọ́ pé dé mi já ó yẹ kó ti mọ̀ pé ṣẹ́kẹ́ṣẹkẹ̀ ti bọ́. Olúwa lolùṣọ́ àgùntàn mi, owó Olúwa náà dẹ̀ ni mo gbọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa iye ní highlight rẹ̀ lẹ̀ kó wá jẹ́ kó wọlé. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó mú ọmọ tó ti sọnù tó wá mọ́mọ́ yẹn padà relé. This is my currency, ó yá ká Bible lẹ̀ kó bí cash out. His messages are new every morning, ó yá subscribe kó tó step out. Nígbà tí ebi pa mí, Jésù ni bread of life. Jésù jí òkú dìde, Jésù eternal life. Jésù fún mi ní àlàáfíà, láìsí ní Nasarawa. Ìsinmi wà nínú Jésù, ọmọ ọpẹ́ ó yá sáré wá. Goodness and mercy they follow, from now until tomorrow. And everything where I get, I'm on my own, me I no borrow. Nínú ayé, Jésù yọ mí kúrò nínú ayé. Ó rà mí padà, ó wá sọ mí dọmọ, mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ayérayé. Nínú ayé, Jésù yọ mí kúrò nínú ayé. Ó rà mí padà, ó wá sọ mí dọmọ, mo wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ayérayé. Ó fún mi ní ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera.
Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go. Let me see you dance. Let's go.
The goodness and mercy is uncountable. Anytime when we call over available. In presence of enemy, you be veritable. Oh, they jack you are comfortable. Oh, go. Oh, ya go. Ìwọ ló yẹ láti gba gbogbo ọlá agbára ìmọ̀ àti gbogbo. Judah, Lion of the tribe of Judah. Àwọn àgbààgbà mẹ́rìnlélógún ó lẹ́ níwájú rẹ̀ wọ́n wá júbà. Judah, Lion of the tribe of Judah. Àwọn àgbààgbà mẹ́rìnlélógún ó lẹ́ níwájú rẹ̀ wọ́n wá júbà. Aribirabata, arabaribiti, iṣẹ́ tí bàbá ṣe fún mi, kábìtì. Tani, ta lè mí máa tẹ̀lé. Tani, ta lè mí gbẹ́kẹ̀lé. Ó fún mi ní ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́, ìgbàlà, ìwòsàn, ìlera, ìfẹ́.
place, yeah. Oh, baby, it's okay, how to pay me. Another life, nothing to get me. You done bless me on a daily. You know I get it when you tell me no. This thing where I want to go, hand me on. You save me from myself. You're so intentional with me. And other people waiting, tell me no. You get the nicotine, but they don't know. Your grace, you got end discussion. No, 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 no. My God, your command. I'm not gonna move till you command. Me, I go there when you command. But I go run if you command. Yeah, if I Calvary, you cover me. Yeah, in my eyes, I lose you before me. You be my desire. Now you there for my fire. January to December. Now you be my sustainer.
Okay, please let's come together. Break is over. Please let's call
Break
people
is
that are
over.
outside and let's reconverge. I mean, it's making me remember secondary school days when they're going to ring the bell. Bang, 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 break over. Yes. All right, so please let's settle down. Let's still pen on the networking and the chit-chatting. We'll have enough time to do that. Please, let's come back. Banjo, Bumi, peace, everybody. Please, people that are outside, let's come back together to the hall. Because we still have a few things to finish up on. Okay, seems as though everybody's settled. So we would move to the next phase of the conversation. All right.
All right. Okay, so the next session now. Are we ready? No, we are not.
No, it seems as though we don't have everybody inside. Yes, please look at your side if there's somebody that's not coming. Yes, because it looks a bit scanty around here. And I know that place was
Please look for
filled.
your
Yes,
partners.
please let's get people in. We wouldn't want you to miss out on any part of this session, please. Yes. All right, so we can go ahead.
All right, so this next speaker will be taking us through networking for career growth. And that is Toby Fashike.
Wow. Please,
I expect more now. All right. Toby Fashike is a visionary tech leader and operations expert who has made significant contribution to Africa's rapidly evolving fintech and food tech sectors. He began his journey at the University of Lagos, where he studied history and strategic studies, an early fascination with technology, sparked by playing video games, set him on a path to redefine the digital landscape. At Paystack, Toby rapidly advanced from a user operations specialist to a leader who spearheaded initiatives that rescued hundreds of thousands of dollars monthly through innovative chain-backed solutions. His impactful work continued at Stitch Money and Childec, where he streamlined operations, automated onboarding processes, and scaled networks, transforming challenges into opportunities while creating meaningful employment for thousands. Toby is also a family man. He is happily married to Oluwabumi Ibironke and a proud father to a handsome son. He brings the same passion and dedication to his personal life as he does to his professional endeavors. Toby believes that effective networking is about nurturing lasting relationships that empower collective growth and innovation. Beyond his professional achievements, Toby enjoys a diverse range of hobbies that fuel his creativity and drive. When he's not leading operations and mentoring teams, he can be found immersed in video games, watching football, cycling scenic routes, or exploring new travel destinations. Toby's journey exemplifies how combining strategic expertise, creative problem solving, and authentic connections can propel both professional success and personal fulfillment. So, with a standing ovation and a resounding clap, can we welcome Toby Fashike?
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. How is everybody doing? Cool. I don't know what they were talking about, but yeah, I'm Toby Fashike. And today I'll be talking about networking. Media, the slides, please. So I'll be talking about networking. I think one of the things that people really do not value well enough is other people. And in my short career, I've noticed or I've seen the impact that other people have had on my life. I've seen how I've been able to go from one level to the next just because somebody somewhere thought of me when they saw an opportunity. But yeah, I also know that when people hear the word networking, like there's a lot that just comes to mind. Some people feel, I don't know, is it uncomfortable? Some people feel worried. Some people feel like networking is not necessary. But yeah, today we'll talk about networking, why I think is important, and how it can help each one of us here. So let's wait for media to pull up the slides, and then we can start this conversation. But I think before, the slide's up. So I think the first question I actually want to ask is, by show of, actually, can people just shout out numbers? Like, how many percent of people do you think get their jobs by applying normally? And people that get their jobs somehow through a network? Do you think it's 10% that gets it through a network, or 90% or 100%? Like, what do you think? 10% through network. 80% through networks. 70%. 99. Okay. Any other numbers? 100. Okay. So let's see what the numbers actually are. Yeah. It's actually 70%, like 70 to 80% actually of people get their jobs through a network. Like there's something called, call it the hidden job market here. Let me give you an example, a live example. I'm currently recruiting for 2 roles for my team. And I have not posted the job description anywhere. I've only been sending it to my friends. Hey, do you know somebody that can fit in this role? And they send me referrals, and then I interview people. If I think somebody out of them is really good, they get the job. If I don't get enough leads, then I'll post it on LinkedIn. So I get enough leads and then go through the interviews. One of the reasons why this happens is not because people, people in my position, like managers, it's not because people don't want everybody to have access to the opportunity. People always think about what is easiest for me, right? I've gone through processes where I've reviewed hundreds, 200 CVs, and I see things that are just so upsetting. I'm recruiting for an operations analyst, a data analyst role, and then somebody is sending me their CV, their social media manager, but I used to do Excel in the night, so I can do it. I'm like, this doesn't fit what I'm looking for. And that's one of the reasons why people actually post jobs through networks, and why it's important that you tap into your network. Again, this network safe, it's a buzzword. But before I tell you, before we break it down, let me just walk you through a bit of my career. I started working in 2018, and I started working at a small consulting firm called Ansar. I was working as an analyst there. It was interesting for me. And then I moved to Paystack 1 year later, and then Stitch, a company in South Africa, in 2021. I got that job from LinkedIn. I didn't apply for it. They literally just emailed me on LinkedIn, and I got it. And then I moved to Chowdeck, and then Glovo in 2024. Again, the Glovo job was through my network. But yeah, when you hear networking, it's a buzzword. I want to hear from people. What comes to your mind? This session will be interactive. All of us will be talking to each other. So what comes to mind when you hear the word networking? You can just shout any words or any feelings, anything that comes to mind. MTN. MMM. Nice. Connecting. Okay. Relationships. Meet and greet. Okay. What else? Interaction. Okay. Interesting. What did you say? Long leg. Love it. Building relationships. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I think I want to start with telling us what networking is not. And then we'll go into what networking is. Again, this slide doesn't contain everything that networking is not, or everything that networking is, but again, I just had to put something together. So the first thing is, networking is not just transactional or asking for favors. Because a lot of times when people think about networking, we had one word that somebody called a long leg. People think of it as, because I know Soji, and Soji is MTN CEO, and is hiring for head of finance, even though I studied history, and all my years, the work I've been doing is in operations. Soji will hire me as head of finance because he's my guy, because I know him, or because he knows somebody that is hiring for the role. That's not what networking is about. It's also not about getting opportunities that you don't merit, like what I just said. It's not about, it's not something that is just for extroverts. People think I'm an extrovert, but true, inside of me, I'm an introvert. I'm very shy, but people say otherwise. But yeah, it's not something that extroverts do, or senior executives, or because people think that, it's senior executives that have a lot of time. They are the ones that have time to say, let me call Dangote, or let me call this person, is my friend. No, networking is not just for them. It's also not just about, I'm going to meetings every week. This weekend, there's a Brothers in Tech. Next weekend, there's Founders Connect. Then the next one, there's a Paystack is doing one tech thing. and then you are collecting business cards here and there, you are increasing your followers on LinkedIn or increasing followers on Twitter. That's not what it's about. Networking is actually about building mutually beneficial relationships. Like in life in general, like I think the first network you actually have, that everybody has, is the family. Like the family you belong to is your first network. And that family, you are there building relationships with everybody there, not because you are expecting that they will do something for you. It's actually because you want to give of yourself. It's similar to what Jesus did for us, like coming to die for our own sins and giving himself for us. Like that's what networking is about. It's about you giving. It's not about you receiving. It's about you giving. Your reception is going to be a byproduct of your giving. But it's about giving first. It's an exchange of information, insights, support, and opportunities. An exchange. It's not about one person, like me calling Soji every day. Soji, I don't have a job. Like, can you give me a job today or tomorrow? Like, it's not about me just calling to collect. It's an exchange. It's about building genuine, mutually beneficial relationships. Like, there's any relationship where networking is not a parasitic relationship. Like, you remember biology. There are relationships like a tapeworm in a human being that is parasitic. Like, that is not what networking is about. There are two different bodies together, but they are not, that's not networking. Networking is about building mutually beneficial relationships. So we need to have that in our minds when we think about it. And why is it important? I think it's important for multiple different reasons. The first one, relating to career people, is of course to unlock the hidden job market. When I started, networking, when I started my career, in fact, before I started my career, since way back in university, I'm this person that is always with people. I'm always building relationships. I have a lot of friends. And when I say friends, I mean people that if I need to call on them, they will respond to me. And if they need me, I will respond to them. Those kind of people, I have a lot of them. And when I was building those relationships in school, I didn't have anything in mind. It wasn't that, in 2025, I'll be in a managerial role and I will need to hire people and then I'll call on them and say, hey, do you have a friend that you can give me? No. I was building the relationships just because it's important to build relationships. Man is a social being. And we need to remember that every time. Nobody can do all by themselves. There's a Yoruba adage I love a lot. And it says, Igi kon o dagboshe. It just means a tree cannot make a forest. But multitudes of trees, of course, will make a forest. So this has always been something that is conscious in my mind. And I think it's important everybody has it in mind as well. One person alone cannot do something, cannot achieve something super, something amazing. It's also why people come together to build companies. Why you see that Microsoft has 200,000 employees. It's Bill Gates alone. Yeah, he founded it. But he cannot build Microsoft into a $3 trillion company. It's not possible. People have to come together to achieve great stuff. And it's the same way. If you want to elevate your life, it's why we are part of a church. If you are thinking about your spiritual growth, it's why you also need to be part of a community when you are thinking about career growth. One person can't do it alone. And when you are in a network, there are just some byproducts that come from it. It's not as if your plan for networking is because I want to be able to call on Mr. Israel that you are hiring. I saw that Roku is hiring. I want to apply. Please, put in a word for me. That's not why. You need to just understand that it's about you giving. But if I call Mr. Israel and I say, I see that you're hiring for a role. This role has been open for 3 months. I know five or four people that will be great fits. that have done this and this and this before. Should I send them your way? He will be happy to hear that because I'm giving. Like I am giving. I'm not asking him to give me something. Right? So always think of it from when you are building a relationship, like the goal is for you to give. And once you are able to now give, you give people, you build a trust, like you build trust with them, there are now many byproducts that come from it. You can access the hidden job market. You can gain career advice or mentorship. Mr. Israel has founded companies, multiple. One of my dreams for the future is to found my own thing. And I'll be able to reach out to him if we have built a good relationship over, 5, 6 years. Guy, I'm trying to found this thing. What do you think? How should I start? It will be easy for him to help me out if I have been giving. I have been giving to him for a long time. But imagine I just met him today and tomorrow, I'm like, it was great meeting you yesterday, sir. Your head of product role, can you interview me for it? Makes no sense, right? So yeah, you also get to expand your knowledge, like once you build a good network. Because, like I said, a tree does not make a forest. Some people are very good when it comes to technology. They have, over the last 10 years, built their skills in building databases, working as software engineers, all of that. They are just very good at that part. There are some people like me that will have just been in operations for almost a decade. And of course, it's going to be easier for me to do operations than somebody that has been for there are people that is data that they have been doing for a very long time. And when you need to expand your knowledge in any of those areas, maybe, I'm starting a startup, for example, I will need to do everything myself in very early stages. I can't consult somebody that has 10 years experience doing customer support. Please, how can I do this? I want to set up this system. Like, those are one of the byproducts that comes from building a good network. You also develop a support system. You also need support systems. That's not just the stage in life. Even CEOs, there are WhatsApp chats of CEOs of Nigeria today. That I know of. That CEO there to share with each other and get advice from one another. Then I want to know those of us at the pyramid. Like the entry level, you guys something. It's not possible. Like you need to know the people. There's this academy. But it says don't go far. You go together. You don't go far. No. Like you don't go far in life. You have to go with people. And that's why I started my head with my own in university. And it really stuck to me. There are many friends. Like there are some people, some relationships I have now that I knew when I was in SS3. And those relationships are sitting with me very, very strong. People are like, if I call them, before I call them, you know what I need, and they are reaching out to give it to me. Right? So you spend time. Like Mr. Israel mentioned, I made reference to it when I was talking earlier. Like the things that you invest your time in relationships is one of the most important things that you can invest your time in your timing. But remember I mentioned that it's about you giving. Right? It's not about you receiving. So can you give what you have? It's not possible. So you have to build your skills. Like build it to a level where you can have something to give. And then at that point, you build relationships. So I go to the next topic here. Media, this is lies. Okay. It's not changing. That's why. Alright, cool. So I want to talk about an important aspect. That was a big fear for me, really, when I started reading about networking. And I think that's fear. Like this, a fear following when you want to build a relationship, especially people that you don't know. Like people that, there are people, for example, that are in bigger roles that I've gone to where I am now. That I would help from if I'm trying to get to the level that like directors of operations, business administration, all of that. And one of the easiest things is finding is LinkedIn, right? And then you guys get a LinkedIn before yeah.
years. How do I establish contact with this person? Like, what will I say? And then this you're like, there's nothing I can say to you now that would get us conversations of the relationship and eventually the relationship to either of us was really. And I want to like talk about like how to overcome that feeling. Even in cases where you are saying things physically, just like this guy, I know him, like he has done this. I think you have a good advice for me, but I'm afraid. What do I say to him? Like, why do I break the ice? What do I say? That fear factor. How do I break it? I think the first thing that we need to have is this social mindset of being a giver. Right. I think if all of them be perspective of what can I give to this person? Like this guy, he has worked 20 years. He's in the period of operations, director of operations. I want to begin a good relationship with him. What can I give him? When you come to down, what can I give him? It was a waste of time to start valuable to this person. It might not come out that this person just got married or married 4 years ago. He has a child that's supposed to start his school now. And one of the main worries about you and my mind will be which schools are best for me to take my child to in this area I am in, right? It might be that person just run countries. You just need to be okay. And you don't need to be Nigeria. And you know your life. You know all these schools. You know everything that you need. And you just shout out and say, it's from my work. Whatever you are doing this, and I like my to be like some time. I'm so motivated just to Nigeria. And you set me things. If you need anything, where to take your children to school, whatever. You offer that help. That's one way to strike like a conversation. I think one of the things that has helped me in particular, I thought one of the experiences that I would like to talk about is just in my work. So there was a job I was doing in South Africa. I think I mentioned earlier. There was a job I was doing in South Africa. I was working as a teacher. And my manager then, American, I've never been to Nigeria. It was also like first time in Cape Town. We just having a conversation, just asking about how is it finding Africa, how is it settling, what does it need? This people use your story, all these minor things that you don't regard as important. And I just want to find a place to get my sunscreen. And just outside of that, you know, very happy. He felt I was very interested in conversations, talk about his family, how it was, I talked to him about my design, my friends are here, you need to express yourself. We are trying to get to some of those, express yourself for you, wait. And whenever I need I should reach out. And he writes me sponsor letter. That's somebody by for me vision is also sunscreen. Sunscreen. Like so I think if you come from that level of guy, I want to give you something. You will find something like that. Not that you don't have anything to give. You always have something like that. So just find something like that you can give. Like to people. I think stories will be helpful to drive this point. I'll talk about somebody I know very well, my brother actually, and the story of how him, not just him, he got into Google in London from Nigeria without graduating university. He was in 400 level when he got a job at Google in London. At that time, he was going to be the second black person employed by Google in London. Like, not second Nigerian, second black person employed by Google in London. Not just him, his friends, 3 of them, got jobs at Palantir. This was before Palantir became popular. It's a data company. Some of them got jobs at Bloomberg, all of that. This story is a little, long, but it's quite interesting. So just follow me.
Timileyin got into University of Lagos, and at that time, he was somebody that, again, just does not care about networking or people or whatever. He just likes his computer. As long as he's coding, he's happy. Right? And when he got into uni, his first year, it was from me he learned that there are scholarships in University of Lagos that you can get. At the time, he didn't know anything about any scholarship or whatever. But I told him about Total and Shell scholarship. And because of that, he started trying to find out, how do I get Total scholarship? How do I get Shell scholarship in school? And as he was doing his research in his class, some of his other friends that were looking for something similar, some of his classmates, that were looking for something similar, that was how they became friends. Like this shared interest of, how do we get this Total scholarship? How do we get the Shell scholarship? Made them become friends. They started talking, and then from that, they got the scholarship, all of that. First thing I want to mention here is, I never got Total or Shell scholarship. I could not even apply, right? In Faculty of Arts, like those organizations only give scholarships to people in science and engineering. They don't care about arts. They give to law as well, but they don't care about Faculty of Arts. So I never got it. But I found out about the scholarships from my own friend. My own friend is my network. It's not my brother's network. I found out the scholarship from my friend, who never got it as well. He found out from somebody I don't know. I told my brother about it. And then he told some of his friends about it. And then they all applied and they got it. Now, my brother's network starts from me, his own family. Like that small cell, that small unit, that's where it starts from. Sometimes we always despise the things we have, right? We are thinking of Shell scholarship. The CEO of Shell, he got that scholarship when he was in school. How can I get to him? You don't need to get to those people sometimes. Start from where you are. Right? So he and his friends got the scholarship, and they just became friends like that. And then by the time he got to year 3, one of his friends, his dad works at 501, he's a big man there. The dad just called his son and was like, guy, there's this firm called Goldman Sachs. It's a bank. They are based in, they have branches all over the world. They're in Europe, in the US, all of that. You need to apply for their internship. They have an internship program that just opened. And it's closing tomorrow night. So you need to apply it now. As he called his son to tell him, his son told his own friends, including Timileyin, my brother. And then they went to the website, what they needed to submit a CV and a short write-up about why they wanted to intern at Goldman Sachs. At that time, I was in 400 level. I was already doing research about writing CVs, all of that, because, again, I was preparing for the job market. My brother knew nothing about writing CVs. He had never written a CV in his life. In fact, that was the first time he heard about CV. He came to me that night and was like, guy, this scholarship is this internship, it's closing tomorrow night. I need to apply for it this night. It's a bank in the UK. Just help him with a CV. We sat together, I wrote a CV for him, and he applied, and he got it. Now, not just him, he and all his friends that applied got into Goldman Sachs in the UK that year, in year 3. This is a benefit that just came just because they were logged into a network. It was the friend's dad that knew about it. And he told his son to apply. Son told his friends. And 5 or 6 out of them went to the UK that summer for internship. And that was how a roller coaster of other events came up. They got to the UK, they met people from Cambridge, people from Oxford, people from Harvard that came there as well for internships. And then they started to build another network there. They started talking to the fellow interns. And we're talking to each other about their dreams. My brother met somebody, an Indian, that was interning there as well from Imperial College. And they were just gisting and was like, he was just a seat partner. It was not as if he knew him from anywhere. He was a seat partner. And then he told him that my own dream, my ultimate goal is to work at Google. And the guy was like, really? I know somebody that knows somebody that works at Google. And you won't believe it. That guy that they know that works at Google is the only Nigerian working at Google in London. And it was like, introduce me. And then that was how he introduced him. The person that Timileyin was talking to introduced him to the person that he knew that knew the person at Google. And then that person passed him on to the guy that works at Google. And then the person at Google was like, You know, Google is high level, this. For you to get in, you must be really good. But don't worry, I'll tutor you for 3 months. And after that 3 months, you'll be strong enough to apply. Another thing I want to point out here was, Timlane took that time, like, to just go and start reading everything in code about software engineering. He went to download Stanford's, Harvard courses on software engineering and was just locked in for like a month, reading the courses, watching the videos, and he got so good that he was so confident in himself that I'll get this thing. In less than a month, the guy that was telling him that, oh, I will tutor you for 3 months, told him that, guy, you are too good. Will you apply now? And then he applied. And then something happened. His application was rejected. He received a rejection mail like the next day or something. That, sorry, you can't work here. And then he told the guy that they rejected me. And he was like, really, who is that? And then he went to look for the HR person. The guy works in London. The HR person that rejected Timlane was in the US. He looked for that person, called the person and said, I refer somebody that I know is good. How dare you reject them? And then they reopened his application. And then he went through the interview process and got the job. He became the second Nigerian to work at Google in London. Now, this is a typical, I think it's just the pinnacle of what can happen when you actually take intentional efforts to connect and just meet with people. But one thing I also want to mention here again, that I don't want to keep emphasizing on the part of relationships are good and then you can leverage them to get something and forget the side of the skill. The skill is important. Networks don't help you get jobs that you don't merit. It doesn't help you do that. It helps you get into the doors that you merit to be in, that you wouldn't have been in otherwise. That's what it helps you to do. So we all need to get it into our minds that we need to be diligent first in what we do. And then when we leverage the relationships that God has placed in our lives, we can then get bigger benefits from it. So yeah, if this story I said does not help you overcome the fear in starting the conversation, I don't know what else will. But yeah, this is one story that inspires me myself till date. It's important that we just build intentional relationships with people. So where do we now build these relationships, right? We can build it online and offline. Me, I do both. I don't just focus on one. Online, LinkedIn, super important. Super important. I've gotten 3 jobs. Well, actually, no, 2 jobs from LinkedIn. And guess what? They are my highest paying jobs ever. Ever. The first job I got from LinkedIn started paying me what I was earning in 6 months, in 1 month. And then the second one I got is paying me money that, when I think about it, well, it's okay. So yeah, LinkedIn, very important. But how do we now build a presence on LinkedIn, right? In 2020, thereabout, during the pandemic, one of the things I decided to do was to just say more about what I do. I think one of the fears that people like me have, and I think some other people will have it, is you are afraid that what I know, is it that important? Is it that valuable? Who will benefit from it? Why should I be talking about it? And I think that's a fear that we need to kick away. The reason why you think what you know is not that important is because it's simple to you. To you, it's simple. If you ask Mr. Israel now to come and talk to us about building, starting a software project and all the different elements that needs to go into it, how to set up the database, how to write the back-end code, and then the front end, and then security, all of that. It's simple to him. But to me, it's the most complex thing ever. And we need to remember that to you, that thing is simple because you know it well. And that's exactly why you should talk about it. I just started writing stuff on LinkedIn about I'm even trying to remember now. Just some operations stuff. Like, some on my day-to-day work at Paystack. At the time, I was doing a lot of customer support, and then later I moved on to dispute management. I wrote a bit about all of that. I even wrote a story about how I landed my job at Paystack. The different processes, the interviewing process, all of that. And those were things that people in my network found valuable. And people were just reposting and all of that. And that was how, like, the presence I have on LinkedIn was built. In the last 2 years, I've not posted anything significant. But people still reach out to me on LinkedIn. My current job, I work at Glovo in Nigeria. I'm partner operations manager there. My current job, I got it from LinkedIn. Like, the GM just texted me, "Hey, are you interested in this?" So, and I was like, "Oh, yeah." And we had 1 or 2 conversations, and that was it. So, investing the time to show your expertise online is very important. It's like you coming to like a town hall or a market square that has like 1 million people, and then you are talking about, if you need somebody in operations, I am the best guy. I have done this for the last 7 years. Like, how many people do you think you get their attention? Probably in that 1 million crowd, maybe 70,000 people are looking for an operations person. And it's just that 70,000 that you need to hear you. And that's what, like, the online space does for you. You are shouting into a loud space, into a wide space, but the people that need to get your message, they will get it. Also, this online thing is not a one-time investment. It's not as if, I will spend the next 3 months writing important articles, and then that way I'll build a strong network online. It's not like that. It's consistent. It's consistent. It compounds as well over time. So you need to spend the time, like, investing in writing whatever you want to write and share, and do it consistently over a long period of time. You can also network at professional events, right? There are a lot of, I work in tech, so I know quite a number of tech events that come up from time to time. Founders Connect, I think, is the biggest one in Nigeria. There's Tech About Moonshot. There are a lot of other events that come up from time to time. And I go to those events. I go there because I want to meet other people. Something about what Mr. Israel said earlier, about being intentional about what you are spending your time on and the skills you want to develop. When I'm going to events, I have people I want to meet that I know will be in that event. Like, the last Founders Connect I went to, I wanted to meet Sim Shagaya. Sim Shagaya is one of the OG tech people in Africa. He has built multiple startups. He currently has an investment fund, Badger, called something Badger, that he's working on right now. And he was the guy I wanted to meet. And I went to that event just for him. And I met him. And we spoke for like 30 minutes. And he got my number. And we talked. Like, it's on my iMessage now. I've never needed anything from him. But I just reach out to say, boss, do you need anything? Do you need anything? I can help. So when you are going to any of these professional network, these events, like, have specific people that you want to meet in mind. And go with your crafted pitch for them. And make sure you meet those people. I met other people at Founders Connect as well. Important people as well, Babajide Droshola and the likes. But my goal was one guy. And I spent time researching that guy, all he has done, what I should say to him. And he found it super exciting, and that was how, like, we built a good relationship. So these events, they are very useful. But only, it depends on how much you use them, how much you make use of them. So you need to spend the time, prepare for it, identify the people you want to meet, and you'll find value in those events. What's this? Yeah, so when the important questions that you should be asking, like when you want to network with people, again, this is just a guide. Because you are thinking about, what do I say to this person? Like, how should I start the conversation? All of that. This helps. Ask questions that are open-ended. Like, don't ask, if you meet me for the first time, remember that, again, we are strangers to each other. If you meet me for the first time and you just come to ask me, is that your shoe blue or white? I say it's white. And that's the end of the conversation. But if you come to meet me and you say, hey, Toby, I've been seeing your work over the last 7 years. You have worked at Paystack, you have worked at this, you have worked at this. Why do you think these important firms are recruiting you? Now that is a conversation starter. Like, I will start telling you things that I think is why they are hiring me, right? And you will be able to interject, we'll be able to have good back and forth. I will then be interested in you and I'll be asking you that, oh, so how did you find out about me? What do you do? Like, that's how, like, you can start these conversations. Ask questions that are open-ended. Like, what's an interesting project you're working on? Like, these are pointers. Again, you guys will get the slides, so it's helpful for you. But yeah, like, just think of questions that are open-ended and that are also good to ask. Don't go and be asking somebody that I meet for the first time. You have been working for 30 years, but you don't have wife and children. Why? Don't go and be asking that. Those are not questions that you should ask. So think of good questions that are open-ended that you should also ask. So yeah, now this is practice time. Like I said, this session is not just me that will be talking. I want you to, at least based off the small things that we have learned now, I want you to walk up to somebody like around. You have 90 seconds to introduce yourself to the person, find out what the person is doing, and ask like a good question. All right, time starts now. Peace, you don't have anybody. Time is up. Oh. Time is up. Oh. You people were acting like you didn't want to talk. Oh. All right. Time up. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Time up. Favor. Favor is somebody that you know that you are talking to. So why are you acting as if this? It's okay now, Mrs. Fashipe. All right. So how was that, guys? Like, did you find? Is there anybody that wants to tell us something interesting they found out about their partner? Ah. Okay. You can come up and Mrs. Our elder ma. Yeah, no. Let's go, let's go. Also, was it easy to have a conversation?
Yes, it was easy to have a conversation. 0.80. So I met my partner, Mr. Adebanjo, and he's a product designer where he works to solve problems by developing apps and websites. So one thing I observe about him is that he likes staying hidden. He likes remote work better than physical, and he networks better virtually than physical because there are certain people he said he knows that he has never seen before, but they are good friends. So, yes.
Thank you. So now you know that if you find a remote design job, you would send it to him. You see?
My partner is Dr. Tolu. I've known Dr. Tolu for how many years now? And I didn't know how she got into dental surgery till today. So, that's really an amazing thing. I just know that she's a dental surgeon. But how she got into it was more like God ordained. It wasn't planned. It wasn't what she wanted, but now she's really doing well in it.
Thank you, Ma. So see, like this is a typical example of like why it's just important to talk to people. Like you have known somebody for many, many years, but you don't really know them, and knowing people like will help you identify the right opportunities to send to them and be helpful to them, really. So I think the summary of this, the summary of like my entire talk are these two pictures. You see, networking is like what is on the left. It's like a garden. What do you do to a garden? You tend it. Exactly. You tend it. You keep it clean. You trim it. You water it. You just make sure it's healthy and it grows well. It's not like this one on the right here, where all you are doing in this place is when you need something, you go there, you kill it, and you take it. Like this is an example of how people really treat networking today. Like people think it's an hunting ground. That I need something, I just go and I kill it and get it. Like that's not how it works. So it's more like a garden that you have to tend and take care of. And then last thing is networking is like a skill. It's like every skill that you have. There are people that are OG data analysts here, data scientists, that anything regarding spreadsheets, they can do it with their eyes closed. And that skill they got as good at it over time because they just kept nurturing that skill. They kept doing stuff that are very difficult. And it's the same way with networking. Like, you just have to do it and do it and do it and do it. I did not start like this. Like, when I started, I used to stumble in conversations. Like, it was difficult for me as well to talk to people. I would stumble, I would stutter, all of that. But now it's much easier. So the more you talk to people, the more you build relationships, the easier it gets. And then don't wait until you now need somebody before you now start to try to build a relationship with them. At that point, it's already too late. You're already treating them as an hunting ground. So don't wait until that time. Like, build relationships today that you will need, that you might never even need, to be honest. But you might eventually need it a decade down the line or whatever. But yeah, thank you everybody for your time. I hope this was helpful.
So much. Please, let's clap again. I'm holding the mic and I can tell you what to do. Please, let's clap again. Thank you so much, Toby. So I must put it out there. So I remember that when I first knew Toby, so I didn't know Toby, knew Toby directly. But it was somebody that was like a third party that was talking about Toby. He said, there's this young guy that I just met. One interesting thing about this young guy is that he has a community or a network of friends. And they're quite cerebral, all of them. They're quite intelligent. I'm like, okay. So the first time I met him, I'm like, okay. And just imagine, after this session, you can know that he's very intelligent. I'm like, I heard though that you guys have a group of friends, and all of you are in tech, all of you are quite intelligent, and the rest. And he's like, okay. So he's not aware of that, but he thinks that his friends are, they are quite intelligent, and they are doing things in that space. So I think that networking is good. And another thing that you mentioned that is very profound to me is that keep the conversation going. Some of you have met this person today now. It's another next 2.0. That you talk to the person again. I think that keeping the conversation going, and he has given us a hint. You don't even need to have something very, very big to say. It's just, what are you working on? How can I help? So in case anybody that is here, I'm an HR consultant. What are you working on? How can I help? Abby? All right, thank you so much, Toby. That was really, really profound. And so please, is there anybody in the house that has questions? Please, with a show of hands. Any questions to any of the panelists? If there's any question that you have, please raise your hand. I know a few people have questions. This is our time now. Please, let's raise our hands if you have questions, so that that one would ease us into the next session that we have. Okay, 1, we're saying 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, so now we're going to enter into the question and answer session, but then we would have our panelists come on stage, and then we will be able to pose these questions to them. So it's just simple. If you have a question, you come forward and you're going to ask them. All right, so Kingsley, please, let's have the chairs on stage. Kingsley, please. So we would have Toby and we would have Israel on stage. Please, let's welcome them. Let's clap now. Let's do this. And so it's a good time to ask your question. If you have one. And I think that one of the major questions that I want to ask is, can you just, in fact, a very short time, because I like to hear stories, can you just share with us how it was like when you were just starting out your career? Because I know we have mentioned it abstractly a lot today. And when I was starting out, it wasn't. Can you just share with us? Please, you can come on stage. Please, let's clap for them as they come on stage. Are we in the sight of camera? Okay. No, it's fine. Yeah. All right, please, you can sit down. All right. Okay, so like I had asked earlier, give us your experience starting out, because most people just want to know, because most people are experiencing a lot of things starting out, how to go about this and how to go about that. With your own story, just explain to us and give us. I want to hear stories. Abby, don't you want to? I really want to. Please, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon once more. I think it was good morning earlier. Yeah, so it actually started from my love for computers, from when I was very young. I can remember when I was in DSS2, when I learned that the person that built Facebook was a teenager. I was like so interested. So then I would go to the cafe and I would basically go and download the source code of Facebook and other web pages. So I basically would be spending my lunch money on cafe time. So, and usually, and even in secondary school, I would run away from class to go to the computer room. Wow. So I just loved computers and how they worked, and I always wanted to write code. But, I never really got my own computer until I turned, I think, 20 or thereabout. So it was always going to someone's house or wherever I could find access to computer, that kind of thing. So, but then the opportunity finally materialized. Of course, I learned a whole lot of other things, but it was more like that silent craving in my heart. So when I got to the university, I met this guys, who had finished at that time, but so that like a Nigerian could actually write code and the programs worked. And one of the ways I approach life is as long as I can find someone that has done it before and I want to do it, like I don't give myself any excuses. And I basically just look at the end of the road like this, I have to do this stuff as well. And I get fascinated sometimes if people stop doing things because it is hard. Like I can't wrap my head around it. The only reason why I back out is if I feel like, okay, I think I should be spending my time on something else, not because something is hard. So when I got to university, I saw these guys were doing this stuff. And then I was in this community where, that mandated a partnership with them. Do you get the point? And that was more like an opportunity to be in that circle, and those are my colleagues now, be in that circle where, I can actually be with people that actually write code, and I can also start writing code. So that was kind of my journey, and I'm trying to be very surface level here. Of course, there are a lot of other things that happen in between, that, of course, maybe as we converse further, I can shed more light on it, but that's what my journey was like. But just to leave this important tip, I intensified my decision to learn how to code based on what I said earlier while I was speaking. I already saw that my education was a dead end. There's no job waiting after graduation. So I'll be like, is either I learn this stuff and I become relevant on this team, or I go back to Shagam. So it's one or the other, exactly. So that was like a propelling factor. And I know most of us will find it in one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's clap. Let's clap. All right, to Toby, how did you get your first job?
My first job, I'm not trying to even decide which one is my first job because I've had multiple different, I don't know, would I say interesting roles here and there. I was a lesson teacher at the time. That was still when I was in university. During NYSC, I was also a lesson teacher. I was teaching a school, but then I had a private school I was also teaching. But I would say my first job after NYSC was that management consulting role I spoke about, and it was as an analyst there. And how did I get that job? So this is just, to be honest, a good example of the importance of networking. After NYSC, again, I studied history in University of Lagos. The job for historians is mostly if I want to work in the Institute of International Affairs, try to get an ambassadorship, or work as a lecturer, or work as a research assistant. Like, those are the kind of things that people typically tend to do. But I didn't want to do any of that. Like, I've always liked technology, and I don't write code, but I'm just fascinated about the business side of it and also the tools themselves. So I was always reading about Facebook, or like just reading about Microsoft, their financials, all those type of things. And Soji told me when I was in NYSC then, Soji is my friend, he told me when I was in NYSC then that he was working already. He was a year ahead of me, so he was working already. He told me that anything I do, I should just make sure I learn spreadsheets. I should just make sure I understand how to use spreadsheets and how they work. So I enrolled for a Microsoft Excel course online. It's free. It's still on YouTube. I enrolled for it when I was 1 month to graduating NYSC because I was like him, am I going to go to Lajo like this? God, Lajo is somewhere in Ikorodu, is bad. You don't want to go there. So I was just like, God, will I leave Irua? Irua is one bad place too. I was serving in Irua. Will I leave Irua to go to Lajo? It's like frying pan to fire. So I took that Excel course serious. I completed it, and I was quite confident in my understanding of how to use formulas and all of that. So I started thinking about which jobs match like the skills that I have with spreadsheets with the critical thinking and research skills I got studying history. And one of the industries that came up was management consulting. So I started to apply to McKinsey, Bain, BCG. Again, as you know, those companies is very hard to get in. I was getting breakfast, left, right, center. But because Soji knew that I was trying to get into a management consulting job, on one group chat that he's on, somebody just posted that, oh, they are hiring for a research analyst at this management consulting firm, blah, 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 and then he sent it to me. I was not in that group chat. He was the one that sent it to me. And then I applied. And somebody from the group chat applied as well. We were multiple people that applied. It was two of us that got to the final stage. Me and somebody that's Ojinu from that network. And then I got the job. So that was like how I got my first job. Really, it was somebody from my network sending me the JD.
Wow,
Yeah, and I applied.
wow, that's good. Please, let's clap again. Okay, so we're taking questions now. I knew that somebody had written out the question to me earlier, and the person asked that, how do you negotiate salary? So I know salary negotiation is during interview and also while you are on the job. So I would like Jo to take that.
Okay. Okay, so of course I don't have any experience applying for a job. So I have to say that, but here's what I can say. The number one thing is you have to understand you don't negotiate sometimes based on how much value you think you're worth. You should negotiate based off what your input to the company is going to translate to. Do you get? And one of the most upsetting things I've heard severally while interviewing people is you are interviewing for a Nigerian company and you are asked for what your expected salary range is and you are quoting dollar or pounds. I'll be like, are you okay? Like, so how do you expect us to get the money to pay you if you are saying $3,000? Even the CEO is not earning $3,000 sometimes. Like, so ideally, you want to quote based off what your contributions would mean to the company. Do you get? So definitely issue that if it's a company that is publicly quoted, traded, you might want to look at, okay, what are their financials like and what is the quota of your department? You might just have all those subjective metrics. That's a good way of coming up with a number, not just to throw some arbitrary figure because of what your friend that is doing remote work is collecting. So you come to pressure a Nigerian-based company with that same salary range. It won't work most of the time. So usually the first advice is you want to put a value on, for example, if it is a tech company and you want to go in as a designer, how many users does this company even have? Have they ever raised funding before? What's their targets like? What's their profitability like at the point in time before you start quoting them? So when you get to that point, now you can't really lay your hands on those numbers. You just want to go with the industry average within that geolocation. Do you get the point? As against saying, no, this is what I'm worth. I've been doing this for 15 years. Therefore, you have to give me this. It doesn't always work. The truth is because of how dynamic and fluid the market is, most times some companies are very flexible with their budget if they consider it to be really exceptional. Do you get the point? So, and what I've found most of the time from my own perspective is that even when a person sells themselves short, we still raise the bar sometimes, like, okay, no, we can't actually give this person, or actually give them an opportunity to prove themselves. Then we give them a raise, maybe prior to the general, raise that everyone should be getting. So that's another way to go about it. But ultimately, the bottom line is you don't want to just throw numbers around. You want to know what your contributions would mean when it comes to the bottom line. That is realistic. And then if you can't find that particularly, you just want to go by averages. And then once you've solidified your position on the team, you can now start negotiating. It is always okay to ask for a raise. I've seen people that will be like, you would not say that I'm working. You cannot give me more money. Like, the thing is that it is okay for you to walk up to your manager or the HR and say, I think I should get more than I'm. And you should state your reasons. But before you, I would say don't start a negotiation too early. You get the point. Always give people the opportunity to see what you can do really. That's when your position is solid. And at that point, you actually have a very strong, we've had several developers who decide they want to leave the team, and we practically have to beg them to stay. To get the point. And we've had the ones that will be like, want to go, just be like, see, we meet again at the feet of Jesus. Do you get the point? So don't worry so much about the entry salary. Don't worry so much about that. That's my advice. Go with the average. Don't worry so much about trying to ascertain that you are such a valuable person. Your value will be showed through the worth of your work. And transitioning to maybe a different company or even higher in the same company will come very easily.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think for me, it will be in two different aspects of your journey I will mention. I'll say first, when you're entry level, right? When you're entry level, I don't think it's the best time to be trying to negotiate for a salary and trying to squeeze out as much money as you can from the organization. For most organizations, there's a basic salary, like they have a budget for entry level roles. Where the most flexibility comes is when you are mid to senior level. That's where like the range is usually wide, and depending on your experience, you can negotiate for something bigger and all of that. But yeah, like entry level, for me at least, my first 2 jobs, I didn't negotiate for salary. They asked me, how much do you want? I just said, me that time, like, I think for me, like, again, context is, when I was in NYSC, that private job, that lesson teaching job I was doing, they were paying me 5K per month. Wow. So, and I was teaching 2 classes, English and computer science or something like that. So yeah, for me, like, my base was already very low. So when I came to Lagos on my first job, they just gave me offer of 100K. I was like, okay. And that was it. I just accepted it. My second job as well, it was the first offer that they made that I accepted. They called me to ask me, am I okay with it and all that? I said, yes, I'm okay with it. Again, I was entry level. I've not gotten the opportunity to show these people I can do stuff. Also, for me, the second job was Paystack, right? Darling of the tech industry in Africa. Like, I counted it a privilege for me to get there. So anything they will give me, I'll take it and I'll just work there, you know. And part of the vision for me was, if you can get into Paystack and you get this on your CV, when you're going anywhere next, you can now say, do you know who you are trying to get? You know. So I think advice for me is, entry level, don't think about negotiating salary. That's not your business at that point. Your business is get the work done and get it done excellently so that you can build your skill and build a reputation. Right? That's what you should worry a lot about. Then when you are like mid-level, senior level, at this point you're now transitioning different companies. First thing you should think about is, what is industry average, like Mr. Israel mentioned. Go and do your research. What do people typically earn in this country I'm applying to at this level of job with this number of years of experience? What have I been earning before? Again, because if you are going to a new country and let's say the pay is lower than what you were earning previously, you have the upper hand. You can negotiate that, wait, I'm changing country, I need a relocation bonus, I need this, I need that, and the other. You can ask for that at that level. Again, this is when you are mid to senior level, because you have a reputation, you have track record to show of the work that you have done before. And then when you are, let's say you're already an employee, you're trying to get this within your organization, it's important again to show workings. Like what Emmanuel said when he was speaking earlier, that he just got a 56% raise, and it was because he spoke to his CEO and the chief product officer. CEO, this is what I've done in the last 8 months. Like, you need to be able to say, I have done this, this, and this. These 3 things are the most important priorities for the company over the last year. And we have been trying to crack this, but we're not able to crack it until I did this, and this. Like, if you are able to show your impact in clear terms, see, they will give you a raise. There was one of my, again, let me just say a story. I think I like stories. There was one of my direct reports that when I joined the company, I found out so exciting. Like, she's to be honest, one of the smartest people I have worked with that I have managed, right? So when I got in and I saw how much she was getting paid and stuff, I was confused. Like, why will you be paying this person that I think is so exciting this low? And I started the conversation with my own manager about it, without her telling me anything. That this person, if this person should come and tell me that she's leaving because of this salary, I'll fight you people. So I started the conversation. She also spoke to me about it. And when the time came, at the time she was speaking to me about it, I had already seen workings. I've already started the conversation since. And when she came to me, she was like, see you, these are the things I have done over the last X period of time. I think I deserve a raise because of this, and this. And it was easy. Yeah. She got I think a 60% raise or something like that because of, you are able to show the workings. When I'm taking it with my own manager, I need to show that this person deserves a raise because of this, this, and this. And it was easy for me to also show it. So when you are within an organization trying to get a raise, like, show what you have done. Like, what are the results of the actions you have taken? In some cases, the results might not be good, but the input was good, right? Again, because we understand the economic situation of the country. There are macro situations that can impact your inputs negatively. But if your inputs are high quality inputs that nobody has tested before, even if it is like something that you were like, boss, this is an experiment. Nobody has done it before. Let's try it. Let's see if it works. Like, just report these things in the best way you can, right? And just show that you have been a high value contributor, and then you'll be able to get like.
All right, thank you so much. Please, now we'll take our questions. I think we have 3 questions. Yes, please, let's come forward. I know Banjo raised his hand. One other person, I think there are about two persons. Do we have the microphone? All right, so please, let's come forward.
Okay, my question is to Mr. Toby.
We can't hear you, please.
Hi. So my question is to you, Mr. Toby. I want to, when it comes to consistently posting on LinkedIn or maybe Twitter and stuff, do you have to be able to see people's engagements? Let's say, for example, now you're posting and you're not really seeing the likes and the comment and everything. Do you still continue posting, or you have to wait to get these engagements?
Okay, I think the simple answer is no. You don't have to wait. Some of the most exciting people that have been hired in some of the companies I've worked at, especially Paystack. Like Paystack, there's an example that's coming to mind. There was a time they were looking for an editor-in-chief, and the person that was hired is somebody that their engagement online wasn't great, but the quality of what they were putting out was great. And the head of growth team that was hiring found multiple of the articles of this person super exciting. And that was how the person got into the interview pool and got the job. A lot of times, I understand our generation and how likes and comments and retweets and all those things give people a sense of this person that is getting the most likes must be the most valuable person. That's not really the truth, to be honest, right? People can retweet nonsense. People can post nonsense and people will retweet the nonsense, right? So just you focus on what I want to put out there has to be valuable. Like if what you're putting out is valuable, it's providing advice for some people. Also think about it like this. The algorithms for social media platforms, part of the ways they're designed is to feed, for Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I don't think Twitter and TikTok are like this. The number of followers you have determines how far it pushes your posts, right? So if you have a lot of followers that what they enjoy watching is videos of Bobby, posting comedy and all of that, you will not get a lot of engagement on those posts. But that doesn't mean that what you are writing about design is not truth, it's not facts that they are using in Figma, right? That doesn't mean. So just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. And these things, with time, you are able to build a track record that shows immense value. Also, one thing I noticed when I was trying to post on LinkedIn is, because I want to make sure that what I'm putting out is valuable, I spend a lot of time doing research myself. And then I discover things that I never even knew before that then become beneficial for me in my work, right? So when you just do it consistently, you get better as a person, and then your output is even better as well.
Thank you.
If I can also add to that, so you are also not trying to be a content creator, except if we are wrong. The goal of posting on social media is to actually document your journey in such a way that there is evidence of your track record. And aside LinkedIn, if you are a designer, you want to start looking at things like Behance, having a proper Notion database, because most of the time, be like, okay, what have you worked on before? And somebody saying, okay, I worked on this one. Just that it's not live yet, but the team is still working on it. I worked on this one, but the team folded up, that kind of thing. The thing is, you have to intentionally put it out there. If, let's say, you've not had the privilege of getting jobs or something, you have to spend your own time employing yourself, simulating your engagement with an employer and spotlight. Because for designers, what you put out there matters a lot. It's not the kind of role where we say, okay, when you start, we'll see. No, before you start, we can already see what you're capable of. And you want to carefully document, the works that you are doing, so that when you're discussing with an employer, even if they go to your social media, they don't look at the likes, they look at the work. Because you are not a content creator. You get, so that's the point.
Thank you so much. Please, do we still have any other question? All right, so that's all that we have, right? All right, thank you so much. Please, let's give our speakers a round of applause. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you for coming.
Wow, I've learned a lot today, and Chairman, I think we shouldn't have limited it to young graduates, because even for we that we are overgraduates, we have learned a lot. Right? Has it been value for your time? Yes, it has been. All right, so we are rounding off now. So it's just to let you know that it doesn't end here. This is not the end of Next 1.0. We are still taking it back to our WhatsApp community. So we are going to be adding us to a community where we will share job links, updates, industry updates, and all of that. So please make sure you join this community because you're going to learn a lot. And in addition to that, remember that we said that we are also going to have a data analytics training. And so we have our guru here, the master of data, the elder himself. Please now be excited. Right? Yes, I love that energy. PK, give us more. So let's welcome Elder Joseph Fayeshe, the data guru.
I don't even know what to say. What should I say? Okay. All right. I'm not supposed to give another speech now, is that not so? I'm just to sell. Okay, so I believe everybody knows that data is the new oil. And every business, you need direction for what you want to do. Everything they've said here actually pertains to data too. So let me just give us a quick backstory. Somebody walked up to me last week and said that he is actually interested in the data course, but he doesn't know whether to attend next. I said attend next, and attend the data course. And when you learn about data analysis, don't think the following month you will get a job. Don't think so. A lot of people think when they learn data analysis today, it's just 5 weeks. It's just 2 months. Do you think you are, in your own mind, do you think you are already well equipped to be able to handle real world problems? No. So when you look at data people and you see that, data science is the most sexiest job, all of those things and stuff like that, you also want to feel sexy, please, you will find out that I said even you can learn this thing and in 6 months, 1 year, you will not get a job. Because the truth of the matter is, I will not even employ you after a 2 months course as a data professional. I will not employ you. So let it be known. And I remember that when I train people, I will tell them, you see, after this training, even though we do 3 months intensive and we do another 6 months this thing, I said I will still not employ you. Like I rightly said, you have to show me by means of portfolio projects that, this person is now employable. So like I rightly said that you have to employ yourself. You have to employ yourself. Today, there are all startups that are training people. They will give them, you will pay them to give you real-world experience. You will pay them. Because so there's that delayed gratification. Why am I trying to say this? If you come when you come, it doesn't mean that the following month you will get a job. But what I am rest assured is that if I train you, it will give you a lot of, the way you try to prep rockets for launching. You see, you will develop that love for it to the point that even if you don't get paid in 1 year, by the time you are going to get paid, you will not be paid as a trainee because you'll be so pumped up. And I've been doing this for a very long time. Like I'll always tell people that some of the tools that they use were the first sort of people that tested it. Like for Microsoft, we are first people that tested it. I can show you my name on that. We tested it to see whether it's working well. So it's a 5-week course, and you will be learning a lot, and at the same time, you will not learn so much because data is a journey. But I can assure you that what you will learn in that 5 weeks is enough to propel you, to give you that launch pad into that space. And you can start something by yourself, and you can know that, okay, you give yourself a target. In the next 6 months, this is what I should have done so that I'm sort of employable. If you come back to me after 6 months and show me what you have done, don't worry. Like somebody inside this place that has reached out to me, say, I need a data person. So people reach out to me to say they need experts, they need people. And the funny thing, if I recommend you, if you spoil my name, you know the meaning? When I recommend you, because the person feels like anybody recommends, sure banker, if you spoil my name. Because the moment you spoil the work there, you have spoiled my name. So because I don't want you to spoil my name, before I recommend you, would you Allah? You must have shown me that you are actually ready. But jokes apart, it's a 5-week course, and I can assure you, let me blow my trumpet a lot. I can give you names of people that you will find. There are top people on LinkedIn, companies that went through me. Even your finance person in this church went through me. Your finance person in this church. Sorry, am I casting you? No. I didn't even know him in church. I knew him in training. So 5 weeks, and be rest assured that it's just Saturday and Sunday. Very intensive. I think 9 to 6 on Saturday. Yes, I'm a different person when it comes to 9 to 6 on Saturday and 12 to 6 on Sunday. It is Saturday and Sunday. So you need to lock your Saturday and Sunday for the next 5 weeks if or when you are ready. I will see you on the other side. Thank you.
All right. Was it value for your time? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that is next 1.0. And for me, actually, it has been awesome. All the speakers that came on stage, right? So for the participants, it will be in your email, will be in your DM. To give you the next step, the CVs that will be reviewed, and then feedback will be given in your emails. Check your emails, and there's also a networking program that we are creating. Just a WhatsApp group where you can ask questions. Link up with people, right? So we'll be in your DMs, we'll be in your emails. So see you next time. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great week.
the rain as the clouds go gray. Thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load, but my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me.